goodness, it's 8:01.
I call the July 8, 2026 meeting to order. We're going to do a pledge of allegiance followed by a moment of silence.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Glasses on, I can't see.
All right, first on the agenda at 8 a.m. is the public hearing 2026. So it's public hearing, and the first one up in the public hearing is the 2026 GO bond of $6.8 million. I open the public hearing to the public for anybody who wishes to speak. Anybody on the council on the GO bond? Not hearing anything, I close the public hearing for the GO bond of 2026 for $6.8 million. And we'll entertain any type of motion or discussion.
I'll move we pass the bond.
A second.
All right. I will stall for a brief second here, so Mr. Fisk take a seat.
Is that Keely on second?
Yes, that's Mr. All right, so I have a motion and a second for the 2026 GO bond, $6.8 million. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next up on the public hearing are additional appropriations. First up is Fund 1207, the Unsafe Building Fund, in the amount of $29,826. I open the public hearing for anybody from the public to speak. Anybody from the council? All right, not hearing anything, I close the public hearing on Fund 1207. We'll entertain a motion.
Making a motion to approve the amount of $29,826 from Fund 1207.312 for Building Department Contractual Services.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second on the table for Fund 1207 in the amount of $29,826. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next up is Fund 2501, Drug Court in the amount of $3,500. I open the public hearing. Anybody want to say anything? All right, anybody from the council? I close the public hearing and will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve line item for drug court 2501 for $3,500.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve Fund 2501 Drug Court in the amount of $3,500. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next up on the public hearing, Fund 4040 Drug Court Donations in the amount of $288.91. I open the public hearing for any public comment. Anything from the council? All right, I close the public hearing on Fund 4040 and will entertain a motion.
Move we allow Fund 4040 drug court donations, $288.91.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next up, Fund 9118, Hancock County Community Foundation, in the amount of $2,000. I open the public hearing. Anybody from the public? Anyone from the council? All right, I close the public hearing and will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve $2,000 Fund 9118.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the Hancock County Community Foundation Fund 9118 in the amount of $2,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And the final one we have for public hearing today is Fund 9127, which is the Juvenile IDOC grant in the amount of $80,810. I open the public hearing for any public comment. Anyone from the council? All right, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the additional for juvenile IDOC grant. Do you want me to read those individually or the total?
Just the total's
Total,
fine.
okay. For $116,000,
Oh, no, it's 80.
oh, 80, okay, sorry, I went too low.
The total today is 116,000.
Yeah, $80,810.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second for Fund 9127 Juvenile IDOC Grant in the amount of $80,810. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And that will conclude our 8 a.m. public hearing items.
Scott,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Lisa, maybe I missed it. Did I sleep during the additional appropriation public hearing?
Hold it first,
Okay,
but then I'm gonna ask to make sure the two ordinances are adopted on the record, but,
okay, maybe that's the time.
yeah.
No, we did all the appropriations, if that was the question.
You know, the
These,
additional appropriation for the bond,
oh, yeah, those.
We voted on the bond.
Voted on the bond, but you didn't vote on the additional appropriation for the bond.
that's what I.
Okay,
Adopt
all right.
these.
They were introduced last month.
Okay. So,
President, if I might approach?
Yeah, real quick. We're trying to be fast today.
I know you are. Before you
1
get
minute.
to your heavy lift, I just want to make sure, you did hold the public hearing on the GO bond appropriation, that's fine. There are two ordinances I need to make sure are approved on the record. The appropriation ordinance is 2026-6B. And then the GO bond ordinance, again, both were introduced on June 10th, is 2026-6A. So those are the only action. I just need to make sure you approve those on the record, and then we can move forward with
have to
the
have public hearing.
other items on the GO.
Do they require separate motions? Do you?
Yes, since they're
Before
two
we-
different bond.
We'll have to do a public
ordinances.
hearing for it then. I think that's what it says, public hearing for additional appropriations.
Yes.
No one's going to say anything, but I opened a public hearing for any comment on these items. All right, not here. I closed the public hearing. All right.
Yeah. Oh, we just need a.
I need a motion and a vote on
I need a motion
2026A.
to approve ordinance
2026B.
2026-6A and then do a separate one for 6B.
Correct.
Motion to approve ordinance
Being-
number
Says
2026-6B
Oh,
as
sorry,
presented.
sorry, Andy.
Second.
You're good.
All right, which one did you
This
ask?
is
I did
6B.
B.
You
I
did B first? Okay.
Yes.
That's list
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2026-6B. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. All right, there's another motion to be made.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2026-6A.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 2026-6A regarding the GO bond. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thanks, Lisa.
All right, next up is 8:15 a.m. Council discussions on the 2027 budget requests, and I'll turn it over to Jim.
Oh, and Keatley.
You take it away,
Keely,
Jim.
yeah, sure.
I'll back up.
First of all, what we asked the department heads to do, and I'm reading right from the letter, 27 budget, the following raises are proposed. No new position requests in 2027, 9% increase in group insurance, 3% increase for full-time employees, 3% increase for elected officials and department heads, and $1,500 only for the part-time elected officials and department heads. And also, just to remind us that in this budget that we're approving today, there are 5 new courthouse officers in there and 2 jail navigators that were not in the 2026 budget, in this budget. And we targeted for a general fund increase of $1 million, and the requests are $1.8 million. And the other fund that looked kind of off, at least to us, was the cum cap request at $3.2 million, and the income coming into that fund is about $2 million, I think, per year. So that one. Keatley, you want to?
Can you repeat, I was writing it down, can you repeat on the cum cap, the request versus the
3.2 million.
2 versus 2 of income?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jim and I did go through the budget. We did reach out with questions and meet in person or by phone with multiple department heads for some clarifications. And again, just looking for opportunities. We really feel like we need to get this budget down in the general fund, something close to 800,000 to be on target. I don't know if everybody looked at the sustainability, the last sustainability that came out. It was much improved to the April version after Greg added in the pennies from heaven, as he calls it, the supplemental income tax. But it does still show the general fund being depleted, you know, notably over the next handful of years if we were to approve everything. And so as we go through departments, we are looking for ways to, you know, bring this down $800,000.
And if I may, the one, keep in mind that in the 27 budget on the sustainability, we have about 4.3 million of interest income, which is about relevant to what 4.7 was actual in 25.
Thanks.
According to Kent, it could trend down.
It's a big question mark. Ask today and they'll tell you they're going up, and ask tomorrow and they'll tell you rates are going down. So it's very hard to
I
guess.
said, I'm going with Kent's estimate.
Yeah. Did anyone have, while we have the time, anything that jumped out at them that they wanted to talk to council about the budget before we?
I think for me, almost every department, I had like one that I was like, why are they raising the budget, this line item by 100% or 50% or 200% or 5,000% or,
Yeah.
you know, whatever crazy percent. And I was, it seemed like almost every department had one item like that we may have cut last year, that now they're like, oh, we need this increased tenfold. And you're like, whoa, you know, like what went wrong? What happened?
I know this sounds contrary to that, but it looked like it was better than the times before.
I agree. On non-personnel items, we usually see, there was a lot of 0% increases on things like supplies and some items like that. And so I was glad to see when I opened this book the first time how many 0% increases. Now, they were relatively small line items. Personnel is obviously our greatest cost. And we can still look at cutting some of those small lines where we see that we did expend less than last year. But honestly, in a line where they put 0% increase and didn't spend it all, you know, we've tried in the past, and it's hard to knock $800,000 off $1,000 at a time. And so we might have to make some bigger decisions to come up with that.
I guess some other general comments. The state did release the growth quotient. It's 6%. But remember, Hancock County really enjoys a low tax rate of $2.07 in Greenfield. It's going to be the race to $3, when then basically what will happen is that there will be no more taxes to collect. There'll just be shuffling of taxes between entities. And so depending on the assessed valuation, I don't know if we know net AV yet. We probably don't.
I haven't received it yet.
Okay, you know, that could help push it down, but the 6% will come on top, and as I've always told you, you'll be lucky if you yield 4% of that. That's why we were staying with the increases we were talking about. But the race to $3 tax rate for property tax is on.
Income tax or?
Total tax.
Or property tax.
Your cap.
So our current is
Yeah,
$2.07 or 8 cents. Okay, and so as the growth quotient comes in and AV goes down because of homesteads, you're going to see that tax rate start creeping up.
Oh, yeah.
I see what you're
Okay, and once it gets to $3, there's no more cap loss, right? because there's no, everybody's at $3. 1, 2, 3. And so that's important to keep in mind. It will not happen next year. It will, but the pressure will be on over the next couple of years, probably simultaneous with the LIT.
I did have one question coming into today for this time period, which was, and I thought would help me throughout the day, was, I know in the past we've said no new hires. Is that the consensus here, or are we just going to look at each department and decide?
I know for me, we do have some departments that have funds, right, that fund them, that are not the general fund. And I have looked at those individually because they have their own revenue stream. On the general fund, and honestly, for me, it's more than anything about the sustainability of it. With SB 1 coming down, I don't want to have to raise income taxes in the next couple of years for budgeting decisions that we make now that need covered. And so for the general fund, I'm still of the belief we should add no new positions this year and should wait and keep penciling out. Our MUST group hasn't even met yet. We haven't even met with the cities and towns. We haven't even begun to talk about that income tax rate. And we've done a lot of work in the last 5 years to get staffing up and pay up and be competitive. And so when it comes to the general fund, I'm personally not real supportive of adding to that. Because we did the 5 courthouse positions, I feel like that absorbed all of our capacity. I'll let Jim speak for himself.
Well, I agree with that, but also if we're doing that, it's sort of from a fairness standpoint. If you have your own fund, I guess I kind of look at it as the same as the general. If we're going to limit it in the general fund, we ought to limit it.
I agree. Not every office has a fund that is self-funding and can be manipulated around to fund things that they want to do. So in fairness, that they should not be able to have new hires just because they're self-funded or they have an opportunity to have income, that they should be treated the same as the general fund employees.
And we've said we want to, first of all, work with the employees that we have and make sure they're well paid and we keep them. And
I think in the
that's
beginning,
sort of
didn't we
my
talk
first
about
priority.
either a lower percentage of raise and then new hire possibilities, or draw our line with the new hires and increase the percentage of raise? Was that not a discussion that we had?
Yeah, we did talk about when we were deciding whether to tell department heads 3%.
Right.
That we thought we could meet that obligation if we didn't hire new people.
I feel like, having been an elected official before, I know what that's like, and I kind of feel like, I'm not saying that I want any new employees. I'm just saying that I think we ought to at least let the department heads or the elected officials present why they think they need that, and then we can say no.
But
I think
they've already presented it.
I was going to say, is there any surprises that we don't know about? Because we know that the juvenile court's going to cause us some problems. Because I think that's been presented in the future too. There's some additional for that. And I was trying to think, other than the jail positions, other people. We've already turned down the planning commission. So who else was?
There was a request for a court manager, and it is worth noting that we were told that the cost of that person was split across the 3 courts' budgets, and it was not. One of them didn't have it at all. One of them had it, I think, in part-time. One of them had it. And then we were told here in a recent meeting that it looks like we are declined our request to the state for the state-funded juvenile magistrate. It doesn't look like, that was the last I heard, that it wasn't looking positive. We can ask that again today if that's going to work out. But the court manager position, when we get to talking about courts, was the total cost of that is not even in the book, unless it's hidden in a line item where it wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, and Keely, if I would suggest, I totally agree with what you were saying. I would say property tax supported funds, income tax supported funds, and none, either of those, you got to be careful with the non because they revert back if grants or things are lost.
Yeah.
So the LIT is going to have to support what it's going to have. So I put them in 3 buckets, and the third one is the one I get worried about. Because if they revert back, they usually revert back to the general fund.
Yeah. And there's not a lot of excess left to be spoken for in the non-general.
Correct.
Oh, you got my email on the Must Group thing, right?
Pardon me?
Did you get my email on the Must Group date type email I sent to you?
Oh, when'd you send it?
Probably a couple weeks ago.
Really?
I think the state said that they recommend not do a meeting for the Must Group till at least August 20th.
Correct.
That's what I sent you.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay, where that was my question. Okay.
You know, it's going to make the after August 20th and September very, very fast and furious.
Yeah.
I think in Hendricks, what we're going to do is have our preliminary one before that.
Okay.
But then have another one after that, rather than trying to cram a couple of them.
And then what an AIC or one of the group, whatever group sent that, they said they would like to be invited to those.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So it's Keely, Jim, and yourself. And so, yeah, I would suggest that we still have one maybe in August here, a kind of group, and get our formation. I even have an agenda that we are putting together and stuff like that, and then have it, because what's going to be all telling for Greenfield is their income. And so
they've already. I went to one of their meetings. They've already came up to me and said, "Oh, when's the Must Group meeting? When's the Must Group meeting?" They're all excited about it. So
right.
But yeah, and also for everybody up here to know, it's a public meeting, and the state recommends that you all come and sit in the audience. Everybody's not in the group.
Yeah. And Scott, I'm not aware of a date that we've set yet.
Yeah, we haven't set a date.
Okay, good.
It's gonna be. I'm gonna lean on you to get that.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'll work with the auditor's office.
Okay.
The auditor's office to get it set. And then would you like to have the first one before the August 20th date? I think
I would be given the deadline and the time crunch. I think there's plenty to just talk about surface level and then not make any decisions till after the August.
Correct. Then I think it would be important for the Must Group to be in contact with the fire study that's being performed, that the commissioners are having done, because ultimately my belief would be the .40 would be predicated and directly aligned with the fire study, the $100,000 fire study that you got going on, that should pinpoint that service and population. So that will be an automatic, kind of, that's the way it should be allocated or excluded from the must discussion. We really need that study. It's going to be important. Does that make sense, Scott?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where we're kind of at on that too. Anything else, Scott?
No, I think
Can you
it's
clear something up for me? 'Cause,
Yeah.
So the 6% is an increase over the past, because I thought we were living under a 4-point-something% ability to capture growth.
Well, remember, we were, and that was a statutory mandate, and even though the non-farm rolling 80,000 months, 60 months, or 6 months, 60 months, was running at 5, they cut us down to 4. This year, it was a moot point. They didn't address it. So it's gone back to the formula, okay, for this year. And the formula is not 6% at this point.
Okay, and so in the past, we've grown at 16%, something like that?
Only with, not in levy. I'm talking about levy.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not talking about AV.
Okay.
AV was at that level, but never was our levy at that unless we had those excess levies.
Okay.
And that wasn't even that high. So AV grew at that amount. AV grew last year about 5%, okay?
Right.
But we're talking about the levy for the property tax supported funds.
Okay.
Which
So,
would be
but-
general funds, the big one.
Right, but the cap you were talking about happens whether it's 4% or 6%. The increase in the cap is growing, or the quicker the cap gets killed is happening whether, no matter what they do, right?
As we get closer to 3, where our
Right,
circuit
right,
breaker
so-
loss will be more.
Right, so that was going to happen anyway. This didn't change that.
I will say correct.
Okay.
Okay. Remember, the one that we took the big hit on, which was the $1 million, this from 25 to 26, was the new homestead, the lesser of 10% or $300. That's the one that really cut us down and caught everybody, because that increased, and Representative Thompson didn't call it circuit breaker, but it was. Okay. It was cap loss. So that was the big one. And that's where, nobody knew that was coming, because obviously the state gave that.
Now, that will change next year, do you believe?
Well, no. That will be in place, but you would only get more effect by that 10% or 300 as you had more homes. Because once you take the hit, you will have that hit going on.
The homestead credit is going to decrease over the next 3 years.
Correct.
So.
Remember, I gave you that graph, which is the one's going up, one's going down, and they're netting to a lower AV. Ultimately, depending on the growth, if it's desirable to live in Hancock County and Greenfield, and the neighborhood desirability factor goes up 10%, okay? But the homestead doesn't. Your homestead may still go up in net AV, right? Because it depends on the growth of the gross AV versus what the deductions take out.
Are you talking about the flat amount that we were getting, the 45,000, or are you talking about the supplemental homestead?
I'm not talking about either of those. I'm talking about the gross AV, and what the gross AV of your home will go up.
But the credit that we're going to be applying to that gross AV is going to diminish over time to 0, correct?
Correct. But again, the top line may grow faster than the net line goes down. Okay? It depends on, the overall fair market value and all of that. Okay? So that's why we're waiting on the net AV to see, we still ought to have a positive growth. Most people are experiencing, if you're heavy residential, your net AV is going down.
Yes, I've seen that in the last year.
I mean, total for the county.
Well, I've seen it individually, which would be the total
Yeah,
for the county.
Pike County lost 2%, which was tremendous amount of money, so.
All right, it's almost 8:30. Well, it is 8:30.
Okay.
All right.
Can I ask, since Gary's here, I wanted to ask a quick question just before we start.
Sure.
Something that I've kind of been following a little bit is people that are offices that have employees that work from home, some. And I was told that the commissioners maybe was working on the new handbook and addressing that. Have you come up with what your opinions are on work from home staff in offices?
Well, from what we've been able to gather, I wasn't prepared to talk about this, but at the same time, it's done on a limited basis only.
If you're not ready, that's okay. I just put you on the spot a little bit.
But the one that we just created it has to be approved by your department head or the elected official, and it's only for short periods of time. There needs to be an emergency type situation, health or maybe something in the office. We've had people, go home from the prosecutor's office and
Corrections.
That's how I was earlier.
Oh, yeah, public defender. There's been different offices. They've already allowed it to happen in the past, and it's never been brought up. But we've actually gotten a couple of different work from home proposals. We had
You have a
one
whole new
yesterday.
work from home policy,
Yes,
and
yeah.
then that dictates, I think, and Andrea's out here, our HR director, and then individual ones that gets approved under that
Yes.
master policy.
So the
Is that
final
right?
approval is the office
What's
head?
that?
The final approval comes from the office head or from the commissioners?
From the office head.
Okay.
Let me ask you something on that.
We can't set this for another, for a hearing item
Well,
next month.
it's going to make a difference on some
Okay,
of these
okay,
offices
all
that
right.
when we discuss it.
You know, I think government, the office should always be open. Someone should keep it open, and I'm not sure that we have that in every department.
I don't know that it's ever been closed, an office has ever been closed, except for the prosecutor, but it's always open because they're working from home or another office or something like that.
Or there's some contamination or something they've had a
Yeah,
couple
I mean,
times where
it's
they,
like we
and
had
they
it-
post on social media and
That
stuff.
makes sense.
The prosecutor's office was getting in and stuff like that, they had their people work
And
from
that makes
home or
sense.
another office.
I'm more interested in offices that just intermittently let people work from home because that's what they'd like to
Well, I
do.
would hope
and they
the
let them.
department head would have more sense than that. They can't serve the public unless they're here.
Well,
So
we've had,
it's actually set up as an emergency basis only. Andrea?
Yes.
I'm going to say, we've had complaints about offices not being
Yeah,
open.
I've received complaints about
Yeah.
a particular office even, that the door's locked. They
Yeah.
go-
I've never heard that. So I mean, do you know anything about that?
I think I might, but it's not because there's nobody in there, it's just because they keep their door locked and people don't realize it. Because it
But
happened
I
to
would-
me when I went to their office.
Whose door's locked? Let's just,
Then,
My experience was the health department. Their door is locked, and I had to get somebody to let me in, so I don't know what the circumstances are.
I do not know. We can find out.
Yeah, I can check on that.
I just was curious to see, I knew you guys were working on that in the handbook, and I was wondering how it ended.
Well,
Because
the-
that makes a difference to me.
The court system is totally different from everything else,
Yeah,
okay?
we get that.
We have no control over that really.
Yeah.
They're regulated by the state.
Right, but we're talking specifically about the courts when you say that,
Yes.
not all the
Not all the
extending office.
offices, no. The offices and departments and stuff like that is either controlled by the department head or the elected official.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
okay.
The policy I wrote basically told them they had to make a policy and get it approved. So what went in the handbook was not a blanket policy for the county. It was here's what you have to do, and here's how you have to do it. And then it has to come before the commissioners and get approved after they meet with me and we go over it. I make sure they're not putting things into it that are going to be
Well,
harmful.
I agree with Robin 100% that we're public service, and everybody should be in their office at all times with exceptions that are unique to what's going on in that person's life or that office at the time. It's not just because.
That was the intention and the language behind what I wrote was to bring that in under, because what was there was loose and there were no parameters. So we've tightened that up considerably.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Can I address council for a couple items? Sir?
Well, I want to keep the meeting moving.
Well, this is something that
Does it have to do with the budget?
It has to do with the budget right now. I mean,
2026.
talking about the county farm, the landscape proposal that we're working on right now. Just need to know
This
where
is
that's.
probably not the time. We'll be
Yeah.
here for
Yeah,
probably
we-
9 hours. and-
Yeah, we've got
so-
we've got strict
Two
schedule.
items that I need to request.
I'd rather call emergency hearing in the future
Okay.
than,
Thank you.
okay, thanks, Gary. All right, first item, Assessor, 8:30 a.m., we're a little behind. Cindy Roberts, it's a general fund. It's a general fund. The only thing I had an issue with was, or saw that was different, was dues and subscriptions. I don't know if anybody else saw anything else. Morning.
Good morning.
So why is the only thing I had, dues and subscriptions went up? You doubled the amount? From 500 to 1,000?
Well, no idea. So, cut away. Typically, are the dues, like the Auditors Association,
Yes.
the dues are based on your salary, a percent
Yeah, and I
of your
think we have
salary?
that maybe,
I assume it's raised because the actual spend in '25 was $670, so it was not covered
Oh, okay.
last year by what we had budgeted.
There's another
That would be my
1,000.
guess, because it's usually a percentage of what.
Yeah, and we also have dues and subscriptions in our reassessment fund
That makes
for
it a grand total of
$1,000.
2,000
Yeah.
total. So if it went to 1,500, it wouldn't be a
That's
problem.
probably plenty, because, yeah.
Well,
And we're required to belong to these
I
groups.
move we approve the Assessor's General Fund budget as written, and the Sales Disclosure Fund as written, and the Reassessment Fund as written.
I second.
All right, I have a first and
You don't want to
second.
reduce the thing 500?
Yeah, well, I guess he's not reducing it.
Jim's not reducing.
You're not reducing the 1 to 500 from 1,000 that she's talking about. She still has 1,500. For the
Okay.
dues and subscriptions.
Someone can make a motion
Didn't
to
hear it.
amend, and if
Okay.
they want to include that.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second.
Well, wait a minute, who seconded?
Robin.
Rob.
I did.
Robin? Okay.
I have a motion and a second to approve General Fund 1001, County Sales Disclosure 1131, and Reassessment 1224 as presented at this time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Do I have an amendment, Mr. Fisk?
Yeah, can I make a motion to amend that motion to take the dues and subscriptions back down to 500 from what it was last year?
In the general fund.
In the general fund.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to amend the county general fund of 1001 dues and subscription line item back down to $500. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
I do have one question. If she has a dues and subscriptions expense paid out of the general fund, can she split it between her funds easily? Okay.
Yeah.
If that's not enough to make a payment?
It is.
Okay,
Yeah, she can do
perfect.
that.
That is it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, oh boy,
I have 4 funds, so,
There's 4?
Oh, we did 3.
We did 3.
we only have 3.
Yeah,
All
we
right,
did the
so
general
the,
fund, the sales disclosure, and the reassessment.
I had a question about the county cum capital because it
CCD.
increased. And
Oh,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
That's the commission.
yeah, we will do that separately.
You can ask your question while you're here, though. Did you ever say you have a question?
I don't have questions. It went up, this count went up because the commissioners approved a contract to do our Eagle View that used to be in the surveyor's office's budget, and now it's in our budget.
Okay.
It's for the fly to be every year instead
Yes.
of once a year, or twice a year?
Yes.
Every 2
and
years?
Every other year,
Yeah.
yes.
And it was for a little more detailed, since we've got that new law
Yes,
in.
because with all of our growth, we really need to be on top of it.
I happened to be here when they did that.
Yeah.
It's the only reason I know.
And that was already in cum, it was already in cum cap, but it's just a different department.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, it's just different. And we verified that with Commissioner yesterday, so.
Right.
All right, thank you.
It'll
We all
be
done?
fine.
All right, thanks. Great day.
Thank you. All right, next up, 8:35 a.m., Treasurer Jane Clemmy. She just has the general fund. Is there any issues with this? I didn't have any.
To me, I'll
I know.
move that we
Looks great.
approve the Treasurer's Fund.
I raised my
General fund.
$15.
That's all right.
I'll second Jim's motion to approve the
small amount.
treasurer's budget as presented.
All right. I have a motion. Did I get, who's second?
Motion, second.
Healy.
Motion and second. All right, good. We have a motion and second to approve the Treasurer's General Fund 1001 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane?
All right, 8:40 a.m. I'm back on time. Building Department, Scott Williams, he has a general fund. I got to jump around.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
There's a song for that.
I got the phone
Don't
ringing.
call anybody.
They're alphabetical, that helps.
I know.
Not on here.
He had another perfect, I'll move that we approve the,
Oh, hold on a second. Hold, everybody, can't have 5 people talking at once. Go ahead.
So in 2027, it's not going to be general fund.
It's going to be backed by the fees.
Right.
So how do you recommend they move forward with this?
So I would approve it
As
it
is.
as is in the general fund to revert to the new fund once you get guidance.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So the
well
building
then-
department budget is going to be self-funded moving into next year?
Yes, it will, hopefully. As I have indicated in the sustainability, there's probably a need of about a 15%
So-
increase. And so that's something we've talked with building and planning on.
So in the motion, do we suggest that the auditor's office revert it when able in full to?
On January 1, the guidance is January 1 of 2027, once we know the new fund number and the guidance comes out.
Okay.
Okay, the guidance sent out by the State Board of Accounts, we don't even know the number. But.
And it probably won't be January
So
1.
Greg, what was the reasoning for that?
So
To
moved.
make it self-funded?
Builders Association thinks you're making tons of money from building and planning.
It's okay.
I don't
That's
think so,
okay.
but
And
okay.
we want to prove it.
It's a transparency thing.
Okay, I need a motion that mimics what he said.
I'll make a
I move
motion
that
to
we
approve
the building fund
It's
and
self-funded.
the
I
general
don't think
fund
we have
as
much money.
presented and revert it to the new fund when appropriate.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a
Is that okay?
second.
I mean, you follow with it?
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve what's currently the general fund for the building department that will be revert in the future. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Clerk Lisa Lofgreen. I've got multiple funds here. The only thing I even noticed was she had one item in the very beginning of office supplies that went up 50% from 11,000 to 16,500. Anybody else see anything that concerned them?
The deputy, Lisa, if you go 3%, it's a little different from your number. Is that because you're paying it from two different funds, or?
The public access deputy?
Yeah.
Yes, if you see on the front of the 144, it says split two funds from the 1119, which is the perpetuation fund. So they're each paid from both of those, an additional 7,000 each from perpetuation. Yep.
But
2%.
it flattens out.
So anything about why is the office supplies going up?
The reason that I
tremendously?
increased that is because last year we cut it in half, and we're getting not super low.
You're getting short on
but
supplies for the future clerk,
It-
is what you're doing, is that?
there will be a new clerk in town next year, and they might have different needs for supplies.
Okay.
So we cut it, last year it was 22,000, we cut it to 11, and now here midway through, we're, seeing that it's not stretching as far, so I wanted to add
We actually
half back
spent
in.
$18,093.25.
Okay.
Surprised it didn't more.
So that was the reasoning behind that.
Okay.
So I'll move we approve the Clerk of the Courts General Fund as written.
Second.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead and ask a question. He's just doing the first one.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
the 635,000,
Yeah.
and it
correct.
went up roughly $4,000.
Yeah.
Meeting, travel, and lodging, you used, if this is accurate, I don't know, you used about $1,800 and you have 4,000.
Well, the year's not over.
No, that was for 2025. He's talking about 25.
Yeah, and so between 25 and 26, you used about 1,800, you're requesting 4,000. Your total budget went up $4,000. Is there any money do you need $4,000 in there?
From the meeting, travel, and budget, not what's funded by the Recorder's Fund?
17.
In the general fund.
This is general
This is
fund.
General fund, the first page, right?
Yeah, line item 39,200 account.
So it hasn't gone up.
I just was saying, you're only, not even using half what you got in there. Your other, the total budget went up $4,000. I didn't know if there was, if we could save a little bit there or whatever, so.
Could probably cut it a little bit. One of the things about that is that I generally don't turn in any mileage or anything when I travel for conferences, and that would come out of that. meeting budget, and I don't always take deputies with me, or I might take one. So if the clerk next year wants to take additional deputies, then that money would need to be available for other deputies to attend or for mileage reimbursements.
Makes sense.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know why we're doing stuff.
And maybe they won't use it and it'll revert back.
I know, it goes back into the general fund and then, but, okay.
All right, so I have a motion, and a second, correct? Just for the general fund 1001-001. Okay. We have a motion, and a second. All those in favor for that fund, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, the next fund is the general fund election registration.
I'll move that we accept it as written.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve general fund election regulation 1001-0010. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Next fund, general fund election board.
I'll move we accept election board as written.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve general fund election board 1001-0062. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Clerk
Perpetuation.
you know, when you start talking, you can't speak, so perpetuation fund.
It's okay.
Any issues?
You increased part-time. Is you just have an anticipation of something, more workload, or you going to run short this year, or?
No, I am considering there's been some movement in my office because one of our deputies went over to one of the courts, and so I'm moving a lady into that position, getting a new magistrate admin that's been posted, and then my public access deputy is going to be doing some court work, and I anticipate a retirement at the end of the year, and so that person will move in there, and I was thinking potentially the public access 2 positions could possibly be a 1 plus a part-time if the next clerk deems that appropriate.
I'll make the motion that we approve the perpetuation budget as presented.
Second.
Can I ask a question?
You may ask a question.
Is this out of general fund or is this a self-supported?
Not general fund.
No, it's the clerk's perpetuation fund. That's where our document storage fees and collections from filing fees go into.
Right, but also, are you done on records preservation, or are you just, you got $5,000, but you used $750?
I am getting ready to complete a project before the end of the year, and then there'll still be additional files. We're trying to get the courthouse, the files that are still maintained in the clerk's office and some that are in Superior 2. We're trying to get those digitized so that they can go away, and then move some of the files back over here into the clerk cage in the basement. So that's kind of a project in anticipation of losing that space eventually, trying to get all of the hard files cleaned out.
Okay.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve Fund 1119. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Title 4D General Fund.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve Title 4D General Fund 8895-0001. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. And the final one, Clerk 4D Incentive 8899.
I'll make a motion to approve the incentive fund 8895 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve Fund 8899. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. I think that's it, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thanks, Lisa.
Have a great day.
All right. Next up, Commissioners, Gary McDaniel. I have there's numerous issues, so Luckily, we're 9 minutes ahead, because here we go.
Here we go, eh?
We need to cut a lot of money this year, Mr. Commissioner.
You know, the budget only went up by 4%. I know that we have come back on numerous occasions and asked for additional appropriations. So I would think that we would stick where we are. Please.
Gary?
Yes, sir.
I just had a question. The part-time veteran service went up. That's
Yes, because the state and the Veterans Administration has had him to work more. It's a requirement now. He's practically full-time, because in order to keep up with his studies and all that kind of stuff, and how much time he has to do these special classes.
It's what
It
some
goes
of us
up.
call an unfunded mandate.
Yeah, yes.
Can we interject on, when we went back over this budget on your part-time veterans, there was a calculation that wasn't right. So honestly, his part-time budget which still qualifies for the new state regulations, it should be $30,666.19.
Keep that number.
$30,666.19. Oh, okay, just 666.
You're talking about the service officer?
Just the part-time, yeah.
The part-time service.
So not 31,273, but instead 30,666.
That is correct. It was calculated on the wrong, with the wrong scale.
Hey, I have a general question. Almost everybody else is asking for more money for fuel. You're asking for 50% less. In
that's good.
22,105. It is good, but I'm curious, because I have other ones coming up, and I'm like thinking, well, why are yours skyrocketing and theirs isn't?
Well,
We don't have as many floater vehicles.
yeah, we've got 3 vehicles sitting out here. We just give one away, or actually allowed planning department to take that
And I
one.
think they're all taking that in their own
Yeah.
budgets.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay.
And then,
Yes, sir.
I had one last question. The non-navigable streams, the 30,000, that's, we're responsible for clearing the streams in the county.
Yes.
But we never spend much money on that. I know it's a small
Well,
thing,
the surveyor, actually,
They do
they're
that.
the ones out doing it. So
Yeah.
it might be covered somewhat under theirs, but we keep it there just in case they need it. So, because he's always running short.
well, if you can encourage them to do more, why?
Okay, we'll see if we can't do that then.
Spend the money, basically.
hey, on your, I was going
Go
to ask
ahead.
more questions. On second page, you increased the attorney fees 200% from 25 grand to 75 grand. What's
Yes.
the reasoning behind that?
It's because we come back to ask for another $75,000 just
Did that?
2 months ago.
273 change.
All right, we got it. I've always said I think every year I say, because as an attorney, I'm like, okay, we're spending way too much on legal fees. We need to start,
Between
we're telling you as an attorney.
opportunities that have been presented to us, it has taken multiple attorneys in order to address that.
I'm just saying.
What?
I don't think I would cost that much.
Put out requests for proposals periodically on those services, or?
We put out for what, the attorneys themselves?
Yeah.
Well, the ones that we have had to use, these are specialty attorneys, and they deal with, like the IURC, the power. I mean, we had our own 2 attorneys, Rhonda and Scott, but then we had to have a special attorney to actually address the board.
That's true.
And these projects, are they in relation to the TIF districts?
The power was not.
Or was not? Okay.
No, they were wanting to put a power plant in our ag.
Okay with me.
county.
Well, keep in mind in the future, the attorney fees associated with projects related to the TIF districts should be run through the RDC. not the general fund here. So,
We've not really had to use any special attorneys for the TIF area.
well, before we did because of one big.
I wasn't here then.
Yeah, I know. It's probably going to happen again.
I think there's a request on our meeting for RDC for attorney fees, I believe.
Well, I move we accept the Commissioner's General Fund budget with the exception of line item 12903 that would go to 30,000.
Which line is it?
30,666 for the part-time veterans.
903? Oh, the veterans that we already were made aware of?
Yeah.
That's the only change?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll second that.
All right, I had one more question. The non-government entity assistance, you might have told us about that. It's a new line item. Can you describe that to the public and to us?
We're looking at,
Which line,
It's
Scott?
1001, 37550. It's on page 19.
Where you removed the nonprofits from individual line items and created the.
we have set up a grants committee.
We're going to do grants.
And actually, I'm getting ready to call a meeting because as soon as we get the actual budget done, then we're going to actually start granting money, so.
I think that's a good thing, because there's people out there that maybe need help and don't know that they can come to the commissioners, and maybe there's people that we shouldn't be helping. I don't know.
Well,
That's up to you.
we want to make sure that the people that we're helping is people we should help.
Yeah.
And with
It's
President's
a way to
and
have better control over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anyone should be a default recurring annual given, every year it should be open and fair and
Share
go
the
through a
love.
process.
Yeah.
Basically where that money came from
Yep,
was for
yeah.
those defaults.
And I wanted the public, I said I wanted the public to hear it and for everybody to, I mean, I know the answer, but I want to make sure everybody else, because there's a lot of zeros here and a lot of people are emailing us going, well, I'm not getting money, and I want them to
Well,
understand.
that's, I mean, we don't even have enough to fund the items that we've got ahead of us. I mean, so we're going to have to be very stingy with that money.
All right, I have a motion and a second on the table to approve the, so,
If I may,
okay, sure, if there's an issue.
you need to increase the mental health according to the growth quotient, because they will get the same amount of growth quotient you get, so that needs to be 540.
What line item?
It's on page 20. It's 1,001, 38,600 mental health levy. Currently says 510,323, but the number should say, go ahead.
540,942.
Make
Can I
that
have an
part of
amendment
that
to the motion?
Make that part of the motion.
And who seconded it originally?
I did. I second it again.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'd repeat the motion, I guess.
Okay. I will. We have a motion on the table for Fund 1001-0068, County General Commissioners, as presented with the changes of line 1001-12903, the part-time veteran service officer, reading 30,666 instead of 31,273, and also the change of line 1,138,600 mental health levy, changing it from 510,323 to 540,942.
Can I have one further discussion? Yes.
Sure.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
No, in this budget, the increase is the insurance. And there's nothing we can do about that.
Can't.
Okay, I mean, we're all talking about the little things and everything, but the insurance is 400,000. And the budget is basic increase 400,000. So
Yes.
that's the cups of it. So, I mean, I just want to say, in behalf of the commissioners presenting the budget is fairly good, except we can't do anything about the stupid insurance.
And we don't control the mental health levy either.
And that's where the problems are.
Yeah.
So.
And I can agree with Kent on that, because for years I assisted some of the commissioners on their budgets, and they've really done, I think, the best they can.
Thank you.
I'll call for the question.
Well, I already said we were about ready to vote and you stopped it.
We were,
I know.
yeah.
Do I have to repeat everything I said?
No, just the 1 and 2.
The what?
Oh, never mind. Who made the motion? That was-
Jim made the.
All right, I will do it again.
Mary seconded.
Hey, any other questions before I read it?
No, but after you get the first and the second, you always ask for any.
Oh, yeah, I
any
did.
additional questions.
And we did. I
Yes,
did. and
Yes.
then-
So then, Robert's rule of order is I can call for the question, and then you ask for the vote.
But I was ready to vote.
After he praised Gary, he can call for the question.
We're good to go.
Are you done praising people?
Yes, yes,
All right,
yes.
now I will
Let's
read.
vote.
Maybe not.
All right, here we go. I will do it again.
Everybody needs.
I have a motion by Mr. Shelby and a second by Ms. Butcher.
No.
Ms.
Mary.
Mary, Ms. No.
Her name's Mary.
I know.
That girl
I'm trying to
there.
do last names here, be professional. This is gonna be a long day.
Aye.
I have a motion by Mr. Shelby and a second by Ms. No, which was also amended. And it reads, to approve the County General Commissioners Fund 1001-0068 with these following changes of 1001, 12903, part-time veteran service officer to 30,666, and also 1001, 38,600 mental health levy to 540,942. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Good.
Boy,
I'm done. No.
don't go away.
Don't go away. There's
You
still
got
two more
more.
funds. All right, next fund.
Self-insurance?
I just have a question, Gary, on the grounds for the farm. Looks like that money isn't spent. Is it really?
The grounds on the farm.
Uh-huh.
Oh, as far as the maintaining of it?
Yeah.
Well, what's being maintained of it is some of it's rented out and some of it's taken care of by the sheriff's department but I can guarantee you we're going to need it because
Okay.
we've got different things going on. I know we're going to need it. If you want me to go ahead and spend it, I'll go ahead and spend it. But at the same time,
Yeah.
I'll hold it until we actually have to spend it.
Yeah, the sheriff has personally done
Yep, so we
some
cut,
grounds maintenance.
He's
and
done what, 50 acres or so?
And his tenure will be up at the end of the year on that, and then we've acquired more parcels. We bought the Boardman farm. We
Boardman
bought a
Farm,
couple
yes.
more
We did that
acres.
last year.
1,420.
It just looked like no money's being
In 1
spent,
hour.
but that may be wrong.
Some of that, some of that could be switched probably
In
to
a half an
Corey,
hour, that's
and
even
when he runs out of money, because he's taking care of a lot of property right now.
Okay.
So, and land is part of it. He's helping with the trails. He's doing around here. He's doing quite a bit, and he could run a little short.
I move we accept the county farm budget as written.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to approve the county farm general fund as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. All right, self-insurance liability.
I'll make a motion to approve Fund 4700 self-insurance liability as presented.
Is that including what Janine was wanting us to raise it by, to shore it up a little bit better?
It's 750,000.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
I was
what she
thinking
was
she was
wanting.
wanting something around $1 million there.
Well, she didn't put it in the budget.
Okay,
And we're trying to cut the budget.
Yeah, I'll second that.
well,
I second
Robin
it.
seconded it.
Oh, we have a motion, a second? Yep. Okay, I appreciate it. Ms. I'm not, never mind.
Louder.
I know, louder or no.
You can just call us by our first names.
Yeah, just do that.
Yeah,
Robin and Mary.
No, Keely and Robin.
yeah, Keely.
Well, it's Keely and Robin. I didn't even know who made the motion.
Keely made the
did,
motion.
I seconded it.
All right, I didn't hear it.
seconded
All right, I have a motion and a second by Keely and Robin.
Does not.
Self-insurance liability fund 4,700. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, facility maintenance.
Only question I had was on the director's salary. Is that coming from two different places? Why the slightly different from by 0.01%?
It might be a rounding issue from the bi-weekly numbers.
yeah.
Because that's how we're calculating it bi-weekly now. So when
Okay.
it rounds up, it just,
So it's correct as written. Okay.
We checked it.
Is the office supplies number good enough? Because I saw in 25, you spent 5,000, and last year's budget was 12,000, now you're only asking for 1,500, which is great, but I'm just making sure it's good.
So the facilities is a new department as of last year. That was over some of the cost of desk, the equipment that we.
Okay, so it's probably gonna be around this price here, from here on? Around.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions regarding this?
We're talking about the facility maintenance budget in the
Yeah.
general fund?
Yes.
And so the director's salary and the employee salary went down as opposed to going up by 3%? Am I
It was
reading this?
3% of the projected, the requested 2026 budget. If they did 3% of the 2027 budget, then they would get more because of that 27th
This has
pay.
got the.
So you're going to
gotcha.
see a lot
27th
of
pay
those
issue.
going a little bit.
I gotcha.
On fuel, I know that when people put the budgets in recent months, fuel was a little higher than it is now. Do you feel strongly you'll need the 15% increase in fuel if we sustained where we're at now?
So
We're not going to, the governor's putting the 61-cent state tax back on next month. So the gas is going to go up 61 cents next month.
Ooh.
Yeah, and they're having problems in the Middle East again, so.
Yeah.
And are you, in 2025, when you spent significantly less, there was only one, not two of you, right? And you have more property that you're running around to,
And more
right?
equipment.
I've only.
Get ready for your
Oh, and
truck
that's your
to-
fuel that you put in equipment, not just your
My truck's
cars?
gas went down
Trucks.
$2.
Trucks to plow,
Fuel, diesel.
weather,
Oh, you use diesel.
any equipment that we.
It's been
All the
great.
fuel and all the equipment?
I know
Okay,
that, the gas tax.
I was just curious. If there's no other questions, I'll make a motion on the facility budget.
I'll second it. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you done?
I'm done.
Second.
As presented.
All right, so Keely with the first and Ram with the second. Any comments?
I'll call for the question.
That's your comment?
Yeah, that's-
I could've just done it. All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the facility maintenance, general fund 1001 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Thanks, Corey.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
All right, next up
you.
is Human Resources. Andrew, you can come up and join you. I think there's a new item for employee recognition supplies. And I also saw meeting, travel, and lodging went up from 3,000 to 8,000.
And that is about right. I go to a road school, and the hotels we can't get under $300 and $400 because everybody that.
Now you gotta get a rental
What was
car,
mine
right?
the last
No,
time?
road school's more expensive.
But
Like
that's-
AIC's 172 this year night at Fort Wayne, so for like their conference, so the rates are going up for some of these conferences, even, when you're going local, staying in the state, they're going up.
But at the same point, though, your training, you used, what, 1/8 of your training?
Well, you got to figure, all four commissioners were working another job at that point in time. We didn't have time to actually.
Well, this is for
do this.
human resources.
This is human
Oh, just
resources. This isn't
okay.
yours.
We've not had that, well, we had it, but Andrea has really done a great job with human resources, so I feel her travel is going to go up also.
Could some of that, if, going with the auditor or the recorder, I think several of them have $6,000. Marcia, help me understand. They do not, but could HR use some of those budgets?
No, it's a
Okay.
statute.
Bingo.
Okay,
Yeah, it's,
that's new guy, just asking a
know.
question.
everybody's like, no.
Just a question.
4 o'clock. I got one.
Explain the conferences she's gone to?
Yeah, sure.
Next year, I didn't go this year. I had started, of course, at the end of March, so getting into the National SHRM Conference, which was in Orlando in June, coincided with my daughter's wedding, so I didn't schedule that. I will go to that next year. I'm going to the Indiana SHRM Conference, which fortunately for me is 15 minutes from my house. I'm going to the National ADA Training Conference in 2 weeks. There's a strong need for that ADA knowledge
Where's
here.
that at?
It is in Phoenix, Arizona. So in July, it'll be great.
Not a great time to go.
Should be pretty cheap then.
I wish. It was $224 a night at the place where they're having it.
Are they making you stay at JW Marriott?
Yes.
Uh-huh, that's the problem.
Ridge, I think it's called.
Yeah.
And then I'm also looking, possibly there's another lesser known to most people, conference called CEBS, and that is a benefits-focused training. I don't have the certification yet. I'm working on that in my personal time. I have the books already. But if I receive that certification, that's another very good conference. It helps a lot with trying to streamline benefits, understand benefits, shop them better, make them, stretch the dollar on those kinds of things. So there are several conferences that an HR director should really attend if they want to stay current with legislation and regulations and ADA and just all the different
All this
things.
travel is supervised and approved by the commission, correct?
Yeah, because it's all,
So-
except for the Indiana SHRM conference,
Oversight.
it's all out of state.
Yes,
So
there's oversight.
But so you list all that under meeting and travel, then you don't list anything under training. So you're raising the meeting and travel up $5,000, but you still had $7,000 in training left over from the year before?
Well, I
I
just
know.
got here.
I know, but the department has. So
Yeah.
are you do we need to lower the training down and increase the travel? Because that seems to be the cups, when you go on training and travel, travel seems to be the expense.
The conference fees are the training. For example, the ADA one, the conference cost outside of anything else was $900. SHRM National, of course, it'll probably go up. It always does. Their registration's over 1,000. And there will be the Indiana SHRM, I think, was 800 and something. And I don't know what they're going to be next year. So I was moving numbers around in this budget. I actually, overall, the budget only increased a little bit, and that was only due to the addition of the employee recognition program, because I was able to move everything else out of categories where it was not necessary.
So you pay the conference fee out of training, and then the lodging comes out of.
Yeah, the
travel
hotels and the
lodging.
airfare comes out of the travel. Yeah.
And if you don't attend these, then we'll have to hire someone who does have the expertise you don't have, and that's going to be a lot more expensive, correct?
That is what I would say, yes. The training and the information that I'm able to get and bring back from that will keep us current on legal policies and things like that, so.
Absolutely.
Very beneficial.
All right, any
move
more questions? Okay, go ahead.
I move we approve the Human Resources budget as presented.
I'll second.
All right, I have any discussion? All right, I have a motion and a second on the table to approve the Human Resources budget as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, next up is the CCD budget. So, Mr. Commissioner, this is,
This is where you wanted to cut $1 million some dollars right there.
this is, yeah.
Good thing we're ahead of schedule.
Yes. Don't know how to do it.
I was gonna say, if there's not cuts, this might be my first no. There's gonna be cuts.
Greg, do you have, before we get started, any comment on Jim's point about lack of sustainability for this level of CCD? Is there any one-offs that won't recur and are throwing this number off and should be considered?
Well, the sheriff and I talked about his on page 97, the sustainability, but we talked about the lease payments. Okay, and the fact of the radio equipment that was in here for 230 and 285. And the 285, if I recall correctly, Sheriff, we said that's going to have to move over to the bond in 2028. So it's kind of a one-off on 27.
Not the radio equipment.
It's a drone, I think that 285 is drone.
That's drone.
There's radio
The 285, yes, is the drone.
Okay.
And it's 2 houses and 4 drones. Currently. My understanding. And so, but then the 230, which is the lease payment, that was for 27, but doesn't look like it will be, it'll have to go over to bond in 28.
Not lease.
No, he's saying no.
We can't bond lease it.
It's a lease payment.
That lease payment
Stays?
stays.
Okay.
The car for new cars, not in there for next year, because we don't need them. That will have to go back in for 28 under the bond. Under motor vehicles, 1130, 44,800. See, right, it's zero now. Additional 100,000.
How,
Go ahead.
and I think when we talked, and Brad, you might just go ahead and come up and speak on your portion of CCD, if that's okay with Scott. Is it okay to have the sheriff come up to the microphone to answer the question?
Yeah, because I think that I have an issue with the drone of 285,000. That's just too, I mean.
And
if I'm
Brad,
gonna cut something.
I think we talked by phone that drone number at 285,000 is an ongoing annual payment for the most part on what we already have, but also included some extra to add one more device. Is that right?
Yes, if we currently do what we plan on doing now, there could be some changes to that could maybe reduce that a little bit. But that would be to add an additional docking station with another drone. But we may be able to do some patrol-led stuff that may change that a little bit.
What portion of that is just the annual cost of what we already have? Or you're saying that was all new purchase and lease payments covering what we already have?
So if you add the additional, it adds about, so it's $120,000.
Okay, so that's equipment we don't already have that's part of the 285 number, right?
That is correct.
And then the 230.
The 230 is our current payment that was reduced to $100,000 from last year because we got rid of some leased cars.
Oh, that's cars. That's nothing to do.
That's the leased cars.
Cars.
And so we got rid of some, but we still have some, so we have to maintain a certain amount for what we currently have.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And so our invoice for what we already have on drones for next year will be 165?
Ish, maybe just a little bit more.
Okay. And then
Because I got to see, and that was something I was going to go back when I got to during lunch is to figure out, because it says zero in there from last year, which doesn't make any sense. I don't know where it was at.
Maybe it got moved from another fund.
Yeah, and then things get moved around all the time, so
It
that's
was
why
our
I'm trying to
bond.
figure out where it was at one point.
RDC.
So, and maybe it was somewhere else, but I just slipped it in here
Yeah.
to make sure it was somewhere, because sometimes things get moved and they end up in some other place.
Well, I think we might have just added them last year through an additional appropriation, right? So this would be the first.
Well, they were actually supposed to be paid for in this year was going to be the first payment. The problem we had was we didn't get some installed until late, so it's like I'm not paying them this year until we get a full year out of them. So really the first payment won't start until 27.
Okay.
And some of that, I believe, also is being paid out of RDC funding, because there's some sheriff equipment in there that we're paying some out of as well. We did also in that, I forget what you call it at the end of the year when you carry money over.
Encumbrance?
Encumbrance. We did an encumbrance for some of that for the drones for next year.
He spent.
The vehicle equipment, was that moved or is that to stock for new cars we're expecting or what?
That's new car equipment. So that's new car equipment. I think last year that was put in the RDC fund, but there's a lot coming out of RDC funding when there's only about $100,000 to work with for equipment.
We're gonna need you to take some of this back.
But Brad, the 203,000 for camera and video equipment, is that an ongoing payment?
That is an ongoing payment.
What is that for?
Body worn and in-car cameras.
Oh, okay, it's not, because I mean, you saw the recent ruling about flock cameras.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
Okay, I just want to make sure that wasn't in there.
Are those in?
Well, the recent ruling involves neighborhoods.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And so there's a question on at least one neighborhood that I got to address. Yeah.
Is that in CCD, the cost of those?
The flock? Yeah. It's at the bottom. It's in 44.
Oh, yeah, next page.
44904.
80,700.
Yeah,
That's a lease payment also, right?
that is correct.
So let me ask a question, what she just said. The 100,000 for new car equipment, okay, it's additional, you didn't have any in it last year. But are cars that aren't scheduled for TIF areas allowed to be purchased equipment for those cars as well? If you're doing new car equipment for all your cars, is the RDC available to pay for all the equipment for all the cars, even though all the cars don't go into all the cars aren't maintained for the TIF district? We've been trying to do percentages, you know what I'm saying? If a percentage of your calls come from the RDC area, then a percentage of the income or the money should come from the RDC area. If we get into where we're paying for the whole county, then we'll have to ask Lisa Lee what's available, what's not, you know,
I understand.
legally.
Yeah.
Because this is the cost of when you buy a new car and it has no equipment, right?
Well,
It's
not
not
necessarily. It could be,
Okay.
I have a siren that goes out of a car, during the year. I have a piece of equipment that we have that goes out of a car. That's where this money.
What, Greg?
We really need to keep it as an allocation. Two, not money.
Right. So that same allocation last year, you're saying is not in this year's budget?
In which budget?
The RDC's budget.
There is one there. There is an equipment budget in there, yes.
Yes.
There's an operations and an equipment.
Yes. I don't
think
think it was cut.
It was not. Now, it should be, and what was that, 1161 or 4616?
Equipment for cars in the.
It's additional from that, though.
So there is about $101,000 in there for equipment. Not specifically specified. So that could be drones, that could be in-car equipment. Last year, I believe it got moved from CCD into RDC, that $100,000. So I'm currently paying for my equipment, all equipment, out of that fund.
Okay, but then you've added another 100,000 into this budget that weren't here last year.
I put it there because I don't know where people are gonna place things. Be there or it gets moved. So I gotta have it somewhere because if it's not there. So you can take it out and we can pay it out of RDC or we just leave it there.
The drones are only in the TIF areas, the expensive drones.
No.
They're not?
We have 2 stations in the TIF area.
Yeah, they're in the
But the
stations.
patrol lead, the ones I have in cars, they're driving around the entire county.
Well, yeah, those, but I mean, I'm talking,
The same thing. It's the same telemetry. It's the same bird.
Okay.
We just have 2 stations in the TIF.
because I was thinking the ones in the TIF could be done by the RDC.
They probably already are.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying that if that's still in the RDC, then this is a total additional.
Yes, it could be, yes. If
That you're wondering.
if I'm going to be able to utilize the 110 or 101 that's currently in the RDC for this and leave it there, yes, fine.
Okay.
This is an additional.
Yes. Well,
101's got to go to something else like the drones, which there again, we don't know exactly where they're coming from. I got to have it one way or the other.
okay.
Or next year it's got to have it one way or the other. But I'm just saying, it was taken out last year. It was in there last year at 100,000 and it got moved. I put it back just in case we can put it there if we could. If not, then so be it.
Okay.
Any other questions for the sheriff? Because we got a lot more of these items on CCD.
Yeah. Well, we could come back to this 100,000.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
it's already funded personally, and I think it's available already. From the RDC, but then
Then we just have to address the drones.
Right, yeah, we'll have to figure out if there's
Yes.
something that's not covered.
Which is going to be a 2027 payment.
And on the line item for the drone, 120,000 of that is for the new drone?
120, that would be for an additional one for the south end of the county.
Okay.
But if I do something different, if we decide to do something different, I could reduce that somewhat. Because I don't necessarily have to put stations in when there's new telemetry out there because dispatch flies the drones. There's some new telemetry out there will allow me to just put a drone in a car, a non-piloted officer that has the drone that's driving around the county that can, if we get a call for a drone, he can get it out of the car, turn it on, and then dispatch can take control of it. That way, basically that station is being able to move. And so I can get a drone cheaper than I do one for a station. So I'm able to have more with more bang for the buck, I guess.
That's what I was thinking, and several of us had talked a little bit about finding out a little bit more how that one drone is being used and is working now.
Yes.
Before we go to another station.
Well, the second station is being installed July 27th.
Yeah.
On Amplify.
Or if we want to do that, we could pay for the new drone out of something like food and beverage rather than Cume Capital to help the Cume Capital, if we wanted to do that.
We're predominantly seeing a increase in drone activity, and obviously John can probably provide numbers on our calls for drones being called out. But if you see the way the United States is working with technology, the drones are really becoming. We're just in the beginning phases of the drones being a useful tool for law enforcement.
Yeah.
But my understanding, you're thinking right now that rather than putting another permanent station one, you'll get one that's mobile.
Yes, I would get more mobile and put them in cars versus having another station.
So if you do that, how would that change your line item here?
Well, I have to go back and figure what it costs per drone to put in or per car. You know, it'd be nice to have a couple drones per shift. You know, that way there's one on each shift or two on each shift. That when the call arises, that officer's already working. He can go to that location and it can be flown. Versus putting out a call, when dispatch puts out a call saying, hey, we need drone operators, and it takes 20 or 30 minutes for somebody to show up. And so that way they're already out there and ready to go. So it depends on where I can take that additional money, how much it's going to cost per drone, and how many I can put in per car. So
we keep denying it, so I don't.
Well,
and I think it's roughly 35 to 40,000 per drone. Put in a car,
rather than 120.
Right.
Okay.
You take the 120 divided by 35, I don't know what that equates to.
Why don't we ask, we don't have to approve finally any of these things today. Maybe we ask the sheriff to come back with a suggestion for changing this number to what you just said.
Yeah, and that's fine. I can do that. I can work on that. This information that I just got just happened within the last couple of weeks of being able to do what I can do with.
And one-time purchases out of food and beverage for drones, I think is acceptable for me.
Yeah, I do. One-time purchase, yes.
One-time purchase, not
That's a lease
scenarios,
But it's a lease program.
Yeah, but so you don't have to buy the docking stations. You don't have to buy any of that. It's just
no. But so paying the annual fee, the 35.
Yeah.
If one gets damaged or it crashes, they give you a new one. So I don't have to each time buy a drone if something happens.
Shoots it out of the sky.
System.
They're hard to hit. I can't hit one. I try.
Okay.
Well, we don't want to do that either.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
Would the number of drones that you may want to put in the vehicles, the expense, would that be similar to that if we would have just stayed with the singular?
And that's what I need to figure out. Yeah, I want to see.
I would assume that you could work that into that being close to the same number.
Yes, that's kind of what I want to go back. That's what I want to figure. I want to get a cost associated with
I
how
don't
many.
see that number moving too much.
No.
It's just what you do with it. Yeah.
So maybe we approve the sheriff's CCD budget here with the exception of 44,302, the vehicle equipment being eliminated.
So are we
And-
going, hold on.
Wait a minute, there's a whole lot of other stuff in this budget.
Yeah, unless we're allowed to, are we allowed?
I mean,
I think we have to
you
prove
usually
it all as a whole.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to
prove it as a whole
So we
with
gotta
the
go through all of these.
changes per office.
With all the amendments in the
Yes.
motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hang on just a
So the other amendment would be that we ask the sheriff to come back and with a new request for 44,405 based on the objective of having a mobile drone
Put them in cars.
facility rather than a fixed facility.
Okay, but that's an ongoing motion, right? Because
Yeah.
we've got,
Yeah.
I've got.
Yeah, it's not a motion.
It's not a motion, it's just a discussion.
Okay.
Note
Is that-
to
He's
self.
just saying that he'd like to be part of the motion.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I don't
hopefully-
really see a need to change that number because I think you're just going to make a decision at some point on putting them in cars versus the one stationary. So working with that number would give you the ability to know what you can do.
Yeah. Hopefully by the time my time is at 3 o'clock or whenever, I might have some answers.
Okay.
All right.
And do I understand, on the mobile drone, there's not a fixed upfront cost, that's really a annual cost?
Well, there's really not a fixed cost on any of it. It's all an annual cost.
Okay.
Station or through whatever drone you have, it's an annual cost for anything that goes wrong, it gets repaired in that cost.
But there's no, it's not a balloon then, it's
No,
a
straight
constant
across. It's a
cost,
straight
straight
across.
line cost?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of like,
Really
it's
a
kind of like the other
lease?
stuff, it's just straight
Does that
across.
become a lease or, what, is
Right.
it capital?
But there is the house. The station
Stations.
is a one-time cost.
For one of
It's
them?
all in the same, it's not really a one-time cost, it's all part of, you own, it's like a lease to own, I guess. You're owning the equipment,
Building this station for it to fly out of.
yes, it's all part of the one cost. That station goes bad, they replace it.
Gotcha. Providing that too.
They're providing that, yes. Drone goes bad, they replace it.
I have one last question. Those cars for $230,000, we have some on lease.
Yes.
Next round, we're going to buy, anticipate to do that through a GO bond. And these leases will go away the next few
Eventually,
years?
if we don't lease anymore,
Yeah.
if we don't well, there's gonna be a certain amount, a small amount, because we still continue to lease our detective trucks. But the majority of these, and our jail wagons, the majority of these here are patrol-led cars. We have 2024 leases for patrols. Those will go away in '28 because of the rotation. So once those 24s go off, that'll go down dramatically as well in 2028 for those leases.
Okay, so when we think about the lack of sustainability of this CCD budget, we can project that this 230 will keep going down between now and 2028 because we'll buy cars out of a GO bond.
Correct,
Okay.
right. This should not, as long as we don't lease anymore, this will keep going down.
Okay.
All right.
I think his was the biggest question.
I hope, because now Mr. McDaniel's putting us behind.
No.
You're CCD.
So I just want to make sure, was there a change to this 100,000 or no?
We don't have a motion yet.
Okay.
We're not doing anything yet.
Okay.
We're making notes.
All right, next up, surveyor. I don't see,
Well, I don't think they're all
in here.
planning to be here right now
no,
for
no,
this.
no, they don't have to be here. I'm just moving on, so we keep doing the CCD budget. All right, so surveyor, then after that's coroner.
Coroner, okay, so it looks like they request 143,000 in 2026, 27, we rejected it. The adopted was $1,650, and now they requested 145,000 this time. So what is the,
It says a secondary commercial rated vehicle to transport decedents. Do you know anything about the condition of the vehicle we have?
I do not.
Oh, you're here? Okay, would you like to Quick, briefly,
Yes.
Power cut.
Hi, Rudy Nyland and Alex Barnes.
So right off the bat, we can reduce that number to 117,500, but further discussion. So our current vehicle situation, what we have is we have an almost 10-year-old minivan, and we have a almost 10-year-old Tahoe that we got last year from Brad that he just gave to us because he was going to serve anyway. So what we're requesting is to get a commercially rated vehicle that's going to be safer for our staff to operate when we're transporting decedents. So right now, we are very limited on storage in the vehicle, and there's a lot of equipment that we have to haul when we go to a scene. There's also no barrier from the driver to the decedent, which exposes staff to biohazard conditions. There's also not really a way to clean the back of that vehicle if it gets messy from biohazard. So we really are wanting to get something that is specifically built for this purpose that can last us for a long time. So we've been looking at a couple different options and kind of what we're looking at. So we're looking at we would like to get a new Tahoe, and these new Tahoes are a lot longer than the old ones that we have. So we're able to actually fit our equipment in there. So the Tahoe itself, built out, is $92,000. So that would probably be the minimum that we could. But the other equipment that we would need to put in it, so one of those power cots that you see in ambulances, one of those cots is $18,000. A securing mechanism so the cot doesn't roll all on the back of the vehicle, about $6,000. And then the installation of that about $2,500, which gives about $117,000.
okay.
The one thing I mentioned last year was that this vehicle will certainly be a long-term use. I think it would be a 10 to 12 years service for our county, but we certainly need something more than a smaller minivan. And like I've said before, these cots are extremely durable. If we had a collision in the back of the van with one of those cots in there, there's no give. So it really puts whoever is in the front seat at risk if there is even a medium speed rear end collision. So
Let me ask Greg Garitas. So this is a non-annually recurring expense. If there was consensus that we wanted to purchase the vehicle, does it belong in CCD, or because we have so many more requests than revenues, would we look to pay for it one-off somewhere else like food and beverage?
No, CCD.
Okay, the balance is there. Okay, that answers all my questions on that.
No, the bonds are fully taken.
Yeah, I know.
It's non-recurring though, so we don't have to worry about the sustainability of that expense.
All right, so we've dropped it to 117,500, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on this?
Not for me.
Okay, next item is CCD co-extension services.
Thank you.
Next after that's election board. Next after that's commissioners.
I did have a question on, there's some vehicles in here. And Gary, you mentioned that you have 3 vehicles outside that you just gave one to planning. Are you able to sacrifice any more vehicles elsewhere towards some of these requests?
They're leased.
Well, I don't mean that. I mean where somebody's asking for a new one. Could we use one you already have leased that's not being used?
That's why we let planning have one of them.
Yeah.
Simply because there's no use in sitting there doing nothing. We're still paying for it.
Because we have one, for example, the prosecutor's office has a budget in there that says they have a lease that's up in November/December this year. And they have over $1,000 a month in next year's budget. So 2 questions is A, do we have any vehicles here we can use that aren't being used to their fullest? And then B, my question is, should we continue the practice of leasing vehicles that cost over $1,000 a month? I mean, you can buy a pretty nice vehicle and have a payment less than that. So we talked here a lot like a year or 2 ago about county vehicles, and there was some inventory taken, and I don't know where all that ended up landing.
A lot of we either surplus or
Well, I
given
think
to
that we're stuck in some of those leases, and I think the sheriff can speak on it. When we got it, it was a much better deal. Now it's not so much the great deal, but we still have those leases, so I don't think they're going to be renewing them, and I don't think that's the plan the commissioners are going to follow, but we still have that lease. So, but we have 2 right now.
We did have 3, now we've got 2.
We've got 2 more.
So like, for example, in the prosecutor's line where there's a note that his lease is up in November and December, and he's asking for another $13,600 next year for a vehicle, could we talk about one of these vehicles?
I would think we could. I mean, we're open to anything, but at the same time, I don't know when the lease is up on the ones that we got. So the auditor would be the only one that could get
But letting the
that.
prosecutor use one of those vehicles, the lease would just continue until the duration, but the prosecutor would be in full-time use of that vehicle as opposed to the commissioners having 2 vehicles. Would that work? No?
Unless the prosecutor currently has a lease on his, I don't know offhand.
I don't know. I don't know when it
You
expires.
don't know when your leases are up?
I don't know, no.
We can check on that before the next time we meet again.
That would be good, because if we have 2 vehicles to spare and we're about to get a new lease or renew a lease for a vehicle for the prosecutor's office, I would like to just talk about reallocating a vehicle we already have here. And I was trying to see if there was, I thought there was another.
Community Corrections wants another motor vehicle
Yeah,
for
that's-
$50,000 out of,
I lost on.
I don't think I would either.
That's page 8.
Yeah, I mean, that's what.
So that one, their lease, it says runs till summer next year. And then they put it into just buy a vehicle instead of lease another one. I mean, you need to retain 1 vehicle for, what are those vehicles? The 3 you have are just for commissioner discretion, or what is?
No, it's vehicles that we have taken that they had. We've actually taken them back. Where'd those come from?
A couple came from community corrections.
Yeah.
We have extra vehicles that we didn't need anymore.
That's.
Okay.
So they took that back over, and I think, I still think that there might be somebody in the courthouse that's needing one of those. I know planning took one.
I was thinking one of the courts was wanting one.
And we
may have just one left to deal with. So,
It may
and
just
I don't know that we
one
need.
left, but there's maintenance that needs to be done on, I think, a battery or something.
Yeah.
To be distributed, but I don't have that in front of me.
And I'm not saying that we have to solve for all that right now, but I am concerned about approving vehicles without having a better understanding of what's floating around, when it ends.
We've got that, we
buy.
just don't have it here with
Yeah,
us.
So
it's all recorded. I mean, the auditor has done a great job putting that together, so.
I do have a quick question on it. On the community correction vehicle, okay, so in July, the lease is up, so that means that lease payment stops. And then they want $50,000 for a new vehicle. So from July into December, the lease payment is coming out of where that we're gonna save that money? And how much is that?
Project, we pay ours out of project income, so all of ours gets paid out of our project income fund.
Okay, so we're saving that money because you're no longer gonna be leasing something after July, right? Right. So how much is that? Because then we're adding another $50,000 for a new vehicle, so I was just trying to discern if.
It's right here, it's $10,000 to $54,60. Leases on both vehicles end in July 2027, purchase request in CCD and Fund 1122.
Okay. So then do we need to give them the total 50 since
But then they have another line that says motor vehicles, 15,000 requested leases on both, that doesn't make sense.
Depends if they're gonna pay for it outright.
You're gonna pay for it outright. So then we need to reduce their lease payment line.
From July to December.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
you
did.
did?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, it's
all right.
reduced.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
all right.
But you potentially have two vehicles that you need to find homes for.
I'm thinking one, the way because we just took one for planning and another one of the courts or something.
Pretty sure those lease payments are at the same time
Leases is cheaper.
July of next year. We're pretty sure, because those came from ours, and we're pretty sure that the leases were up all at the same time.
Okay.
Why 50,000? Is there a specific car you must have?
Well, we kind of have like an idea of the model, just like size-wise, so we're just kind of.
Which is what?
Well, we had put on here like a Ford Explorer or similar model SUV, so.
Why does that have to be a Ford Explorer?
When I was,
So like similar model.
when I was the assessor, I know when I had to come before council and purchase a car that we used every day, all day to go out and do our review work. I was given a budget, which I know inflation will hit that, but I was given a budget of 25,000.
Well, you can get a Honda Accord or a Honda Civic or.
Right.
I mean, that's why I'm
Right.
confused, that unless they're transporting somebody, you know,
Transport people, and my field officer is also like 6'4", so.
well, I'm 6'3".
Yeah.
I mean, I can
Yeah,
drive an Accord, I can fit in it.
I don't see an Explorer.
I can't fit in a BMW 3 Series, but I can fit in.
He won't fit my little car.
That's okay.
I have
Yeah.
a question. Have you looked into what the lease buyout was for the vehicle? The vehicles leased now, they were brand new when you leased them. They won't lease vehicles unless they're brand new. And so, and it's probably a 2 or 3 year lease, so they're only 2 or 3 years old. 4 years old.
4.
And so how many miles do they, I mean, you guys don't drive them like I drive my car, so I'm sure they don't put a lot of miles on them every day.
I think it'd be
Our field
interesting to know
officer's
what
out
the
every single
residual.
day. That's all he does, is
Yeah.
drive to check.
Because
on
there's
cars.
residual on them. I know my daughter leased a vehicle and then she purchased that vehicle and it worked out very well
We
for
lease
us.
one of our vehicles, and
But-
the residual usually,
It was a
depending on
lot
the
less.
type
It
of
was
car,
like,
yeah.
for a 2 or 3 or 4 year old vehicle, it's like half. But
I would like to
Where are we
see us
going
get
with
something
CCD
smaller
here?
than an Explorer, just because
This is
I think
CCD
it's
page
overkill.
8. Yeah, we're on page 8. He's asking where we were on the seas outside.
I feel like today I'm not ready on all the vehicle stuff specifically, just because I don't have enough information, just the county as a whole, right? And how, are we gonna keep leasing? Are we gonna start buying? Really, I'm a bigger fan of buying than leasing vehicles, and then as the years go by, each future council can decide whether they want to replace old vehicles or lease. I'm not a big fan of leasing a bunch of vehicles that cost over $1,000 a month, because I know what a 7-year payment on a pretty new vehicle actually is, and it's less than that. And then you own it, and people of the future can decide whether or not they want to let our employees drive old cars or not. So I'm a bigger fan of that over leasing, and I don't think we should get way behind on that in this moment, but that's how I feel about vehicles.
Leasing is not as advantageous as it used to be.
Right.
And we've leased for years. I've leased probably 7 or 8 vehicles over the years, and what used to be really a great deal is not so, buying it is not that bad a deal now as opposed to leasing.
For our CCD request, can we check on the price to buy the vehicles that we?
In your paperwork, there'll be a residual amount. That is what you can buy it for, and typically then you have to pay sales tax on that residual, but since we are a government, we probably won't have to pay that. So whatever that residual amount is would be what the vehicle could be purchased for.
We'll check on that, and then I'll get that amount to you guys.
Yeah.
All right, so here, we gotta move forward on the CCD. It sounds like we're gonna continue a lot of it till our August meeting. Is there any part you want to approve now, or just want to continue all of CCD till the August?
I say we keep asking each department our questions about their CCD ask as they come about all day. And then we can digest all that. We can get the follow-up numbers on some of these things like drones and cars, and then
We're developing more questions than answers.
You're right, we are.
I have
yeah.
a question for Deborah. Deborah, I know if we lease, we can do payments, but if we buy a car, can we still do payments, or do we have to buy it
I
outright?
don't know of any department that's purchased a vehicle outright and did it with payments. They just usually always pay for it. I don't know
I
if
don't
you've
think
had
we can-
experience with that,
I don't
Sheriff.
think we can do payments.
you
We never have.
When you
Purchase your
buy
lease
it,
vehicle, there is
you
a
pay
discount.
for it up front. You don't have
Because- and if
payments,
it's a good
right?
vehicle.
Right.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
buy it.
I think you do.
We don't want to pay interest, honestly.
Have an interest rate.
No, but
Yeah,
when
that's
you-
what I thought. I don't think we can do payments.
Well,
We have
but
to
when you
come up
purchase a
with the money.
vehicle that you previously leased, there is a discount.
Well,
And if you compare
sure.
that to what it would take to even buy the same vehicle retail, it's more expensive.
It's the residual that the
But
paperwork will
the
show.
vehicle has to be good enough for them to use for years to come. But in my experience, it has been that way.
Actually, I've got one that I'm getting ready to get out of the lease with right now, and I can buy it for less than what I can go to the dealer and buy one.
Right. And so it is a better deal.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to keep this moving. We're falling behind. So we're going to continue the CCD budgets for now. We'll come back at the end of the day. If we have to continue it to the August meeting, then we'll do so. Okay, next.
Just a quick note, that, like if you bought a $50,000 vehicle and drove it for 6 years, that's $8,300 a year. You know, if you average it out, so $1,000 some a month on some of these leases. Yeah.
All right, so next up, it was at 9:40, Community Corrections. Morgan Walker, you can come on back up. Gary, thank you. Stick around, though, if you want to hear about CCD. We're not done.
All right.
All right, the first budget item, 1122. I saw, there's some drug screen supplies doubled. Garage and motor supplies went up triple, or 300%. And we talked about the vehicles already on the 1122. Anything else on 1122 that caught your eye?
I just want to ask the blanket question that I'm going to ask several of the officers as we go along. Do you have any employees that work from home?
Any what?
Employees that work from home?
No.
None? Part-time, full-time, none?
None.
Okay, perfect.
And all of your salaries are going up 3%, right? It's a little hard to follow some of this stuff, where you're using multiple funds.
Yeah, I did talk to Morgan and I looked at this, and of course, the people that pay people out of multiple funds, it does get confusing, but I didn't see anything that didn't look in line with our instructions. It's just a matter of dividing between funds.
And I, on that same vein, I would like to ask the department heads and elected officials next year, because some of them provided those summary sheets and some of them didn't. And when they're paid from several different funds, it's really kind of confusing for all of us. So I would like to, for us
Add
to
that
do
to it.
that. So we have a summary sheet on everybody.
So I would move that we accept Fund 1122, Community Corrections Project Fund as written.
Second.
All right, in discussion, why did the drug screen supplies going up twice?
We are, our clients, we have more clients than what we had. We're doing more drug screens.
Okay, that's why. And then the garage and motor supplies, why is that going up 300%?
Because we have, let me get to that.
Because I mean, you only spent $70 in 2025, and now you want $2,000. Oh, is that, okay.
Yeah, a lot of things were different, were weird last year. We spent 9 months out of our building last year, so lots changed.
And
Any other discussion? Ken?
yeah, between furniture, computers, and the motor vehicle expenses, there was none last year, and now it's $30,000. So you're anticipating, because you're in a new building, especially needing furniture and needing computer equipment, and I'm assuming you're anticipating an expense since you wanted to buy a vehicle instead of, but that's like $1,500 a month, additional expenses. And so I don't know anybody that spends $1,500 a month on a vehicle.
Where do you see that? 1,500?
Unless I'm on page 3 of their,
Talking about 44,800?
yes, 44.
15,000, I guess just give us a
That's
summary
to
of what that's
purchase.
for.
That's part of the, they put that there instead of CCD also. There's another purchase.
Yeah,
That's why I'm
that's what
confused.
said it was 50,000 over there, but now there's another 15 here.
So we have. They have to keep paying their lease until July.
That's the line item above that, 39,600.
There's another one above it. It's been reduced. It was 10,000, now it's 5460. So that reflects the loss of the lease from July on, if I'm understanding it. So that's the lease part up there at 1122, right?
So yes.
Okay, so the 44,800 is what?
So we have two vehicles.
Okay.
So we have the one new vehicle that we're requesting through the CCD, but we have another vehicle that we're going to have to maintain. We use that vehicle for like a backup for a field officer. We use it for trainings. We have to keep the two.
So the 15,000's for what exactly?
To purchase that other vehicle, the leased vehicle, the second vehicle.
Purchase the leased vehicle. So you are purchasing one of the leased vehicles.
Yes.
Okay. This is the buyout.
Yes. Which we were already planning to do with that second vehicle.
Okay, so the 50,000 we talked about earlier.
Was for the other.
And that's a leased vehicle also.
Well,
No, they want a brand new
we
one
were
instead.
originally planning to ask to replace it, but now
Okay.
after our discussion, we're gonna look at seeing what the cost would be to just buy that out. So we have two. We were already planning to see what the cost would be to purchase that leased vehicle, and that would be that 15,000 approximately.
There's mud.
Sorry.
Are you good? Any other discussion? All right, I have a motion and a second on the table to approve 1122 Community Corrections Project income as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, Fund 9123, is there any discussion on this?
9121?
91.
Oh, 9121.
They alternate.
Oh, you had 9123 on one page and.
Yeah.
Okay, 9121, got it.
You already
any
know what
discussion?
you're getting in your grant. You
Yeah,
already-
we just found out like last week.
Yeah, so you
Full
know.
amount, yes.
I move we approve Fund 9121 ODC grant as written.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the fund. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, that will take care of community corrections. for
Thank
now.
you.
You're welcome. Next up, Coroner, Rudy. There's a lot. There's a 17% increase in his budget. 26% increase in his total budget.
Propose overall that we not hire a new full-time person. We make the coroner's office a full-time office.
That cost.
Immediately or at the next election?
If the present coroner would go full-time, immediate, if not, in the next election.
Can you repeat that question? That's a pretty big question.
And how much does that cost?
Yeah, it's come up before in here, and you've probably heard the question of, rather than add a full-time employee to the coroner's office, does it make more sense for the county to pursue a structure where we have a full-time coroner? The elected official themselves is the full-time person.
Gotcha.
And so I wasn't planning on springing that question on you today, but we did say we can't put any new positions in the county general this year. And then it begs the question of, but as we look forward, if we were gonna move somebody to full-time, should it be the elected official?
I gotcha. And my standing right now, I would request that it would be in a 2-year more process.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So I feel like that's to answer that question. I think that way that person knows what his or her job duties would be from the
When they
very
run,
beginning.
when they run, it would be
Right.
clear what they're signing up for.
That is correct.
Right.
Deb, is the elected official salary correct?
No, I think what happened when you calculated the 3%, I think you calculated the 3% on what, your 27, or your 26.
He added 1,500, I think.
Yeah.
They added 1,500. They didn't do 3% because he's not a full-time. This is the whole full-time problem.
Oh.
Yeah.
Our
If you add the
instructions-
1,500 to the 26 requested, not the 26 paid budget, then you should come up with $41,486.
Yes.
You're right, Scott, I even wrote I had 1,500 down here.
Okay.
So that's what you did,
So say that 41,000 what?
$41,486.
Rudy, do you understand what we're saying there? There was an extra pay period last year that has not happened. We had 27 pays last year,
okay.
not
I
26
gotcha.
pays. So it's throwing off some of that.
Yeah.
I'm glad auditors caught it.
All right, so that's the first line item. Second line item is deputy. He increased that 42%. That's, I think, what Mr. Shelby brought forth,
Yeah, 42.5, I think.
concern. That's adding a new employee.
That's-
All right.
That would be
Taking somebody to
adding a new employee, but in anticipation of.
Part-time, full-time.
Yeah, going from part-time to full-time, but in anticipation of our instructions, we just increased our hours for our current part-time and the hourly wage to make it more attractive, because the person that is filling that position currently has made it right now is not sustainable. And to be, well, I don't think that that's going to be attractive to anyone. Had to backfill that. Basically, what we're doing is, what we've requested is making that still a part-time position up to 28 hours a week at 28,000 without benefits.
So let me ask a question. If we go to a full-time elected official in 2 years, then this person be full-time then also?
Well, no, he's saying 28 hours. He just said 28 hours.
Yeah.
He didn't say
Well, I
full-time.
mean.
There's no full-time person.
The increase to this, you're increasing the person that's currently there,
And there's more to it as
you're
well.
increasing them to full-time.
There's no,
No.
there's no
No,
salary
they're
sheet
28
for
hours
the
is part-time.
deputy.
Okay, so what's the $40,000 increase for?
So it's also, we've
There's
increased
nothing
just our
taken from-
hourly pay for our part-time staff as well, so.
Oh,
And I'll be honest with you,
okay.
the coroner's office has been playing catch-up the past couple of years. I know our budget has seemed like it's gone up
Other deputies.
quite a
So
bit. I
this-
mean, our budget is one of the smaller departmental budgets, but I'll give you an example. We have about 7 part-time staff, and for years, our annual convention, they donated their time. They weren't paid, which they should be taking time off of their full-time job. So there's an increase in that. There's an increase just in our overall caseload as well. We've gone up about roughly 20 cases a year. So it's a multitude of different things.
The deputy line item, 11,200, that's all part-time people. So it's really not deputy, it's part-time help. So that's how it should be labeled, as part-time.
What is the amount of hours a week by which you have to offer the benefits? Is it over?
35 maybe.
No, it's less than that. Isn't it like 29?
I think it's 29, and then they also go by how many hours they work in a year.
Yeah.
I think it has to be a minimum of 29.
Yeah, fuel's going up.
I would need to
So don't
verify
want to get over
that
that.
with my payroll girls.
I recognize that the coroner's office for a long time has ran on less than a fair budget. We had a, a mortuary basically covering what should be county expense for a long time, and that there's some catching up to do. I can only speak for me individually, but I am individually supportive of getting you the vehicle you need, the tool you need, I think, to do the job. And I'm not even opposed, like I said, to at some point adding full-time help, but I do think we should look towards structurally that being the department head themselves, whatever that looks like, and we'll talk more about that. For this budget, and I do think it's important that we don't cross the threshold of however many hours we have to start adding benefits to part-time people, so let's just make sure 28 doesn't create any unintended consequence. So this deputy line item that was presented at 140,117, what are you saying that number should be if we're doing 28 hours a week for 28 an hour?
So we can take that down to 123,600.
What's your question?
So only about $17,000 of that would have compensated for a full-time employee.
You're gonna make the judges.
And that would have been the only excess salary of a full-time employee, but then plus the benefits that we would have had to pay elsewhere.
Just one of you go ahead.
And there's a couple other, as we go down, there's a couple other things that we've just reduced as well, but we'll.
I'll make a motion then that we approve the coroner's budget with the exception, the elected official, I think, goes to 41,486, right? And the deputies, in parentheses, part-time, goes to 123,610.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a first and a second. Any discussion, Mr. Fisk?
Well, I don't know if this really goes along with the vote, but I'm in full favor of us having a full-time coroner. And I think Jim's suggestion and Keely's suggestion is the best one for the department head eventually to be full-time. Because I think we need somebody in that office all the time.
And we have, this year has been a pivotal transition for us, having someone in the office. Things are getting done so much faster, where someone's able to answer the phones so much better. And I don't know, I'll be really quick here, I don't know if you all know, but for several years there has been, I guess you call it a rumor, of possibly adding as a space, like a autopsy and morgue space. I know that's kind of been on the fence for many years. I just thought I'd bring that up in case you didn't know, but currently we're at the hospital right now. They only have 4 spaces, and we're sharing that with them. And at any point, they could revoke that agreement, and then we don't have anywhere.
Like a good plan.
The basement of the old jail would be perfect for us.
But in that 2-year period, I certainly can get with human resources, and I don't know if you'd want to have a liaison with that, but that is certainly, I can understand that need and that.
We would have to raise the coroner's salary, of course.
Oh, yeah.
But I think we'll use the part-time less, so it may kind of balance itself.
And this county is, in 2 years, we'll be at that point of being more and more busy and growing, so.
So on their vehicle expense line of 39,600, you tripled it from last year. So that is anticipation of the new vehicle, or?
No, so that is about.
You didn't have enough this year?
No, so that is a combination of vehicle expense, but it also this year or next year will include a service agreement for our power cot. It's about a $25,000 piece of equipment, so for it to get serviced once a year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Additional piece of equipment.
But it's in the vehicle, so that's why we put it in that fund.
Okay.
And the basement of the jail might be good for them. I think the original.
Unknown caller.
You're
I turned
buying
it off
lunch.
this morning, honest.
The original, I think the thought was to put probation down there. But I know in talking to the probation people, they don't want to go down
It
there.
would be in the basement.
It would be too
It makes way more
insecure.
sense. They can pull in,
Yeah.
they've got that drive.
People that.
Yeah. You
All
buy
right.
lunch.
I'll call
Robin.
for the question.
If there's no more discussion, and Madam Auditor, does Mary write down the, what they said?
The motion in the second?
No.
Okay, I'll repeat it then. All right, I have a motion by Mr. Shelby, a second by Ms. Buttram, Keeley. I should just say the first names. To approve the general fund 1001-007 with the changes of, as presented, with the changes of elected official amount will be $41,486, and the deputy line item shall read $123,610.
123,610?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, we're halfway through.
Thank you.
Although the judges are next, I don't want to make them wait, but that'd be my preference. We can take a quick break, or we can do it after the
I
judges are
think we
done.
do the
after
judges so they can
judges.
get
All right.
back to work.
First up is Circuit Court Judge Cirque. You want to skip him?
I'm going to see if I can invoke my senior privilege. I've been here
Oh,
the
this
longest.
being your last one,
Because
Judge
my
Marshall?
budget is by far the shortest, and I have lawyers waiting on a bench trial on it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's why we
so
don't-
quick question for the three judges.
Yes.
You all have different, and yours was an ad, you all have different cell phone line items. Cirque has none. Davis is cutting his out, and you're adding it. So why not, I mean, for me, I'd rather just do $500 for every judge.
I've never had a cell phone in my budget.
See Superior Court.
Commissioner-
Because I use work phone through Superior One as magistrate, but I'll keep that work phone, but it'll need to be transferred to
Superior.
Marshall Housing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I always paid for my own cell phone, but
I know.
Why I think we need to at some point get a blanket. I've talked to Bernie about it, and he
Yeah.
thought it was
Because
a
I'd
great
rather just give
idea.
each judge and they don't have to use it, they don't want to, but
I really don't care how it's arranged, just
yeah.
as long as it's arranged.
That was the only question I think I had.
can I say something about my budget real quick?
Sure, go ahead, Judge.
For the first time in 24 years, I omitted something from my budget inadvertently. And the reason why is it's the contract for a Spanish interpreter. We've had a contract for a Spanish interpreter since I was like my second year on the bench. But probation was already paying for an interpreter some, so they just took that on their budget. I promised Gail I would put it in my budget this year. We have a contract with the guy who comes and does all our interpreting. And I forgot to put it in my budget when the time came, and Gail said, "Did you remember to put it in your budget?" No. We have a $9,000.
9,000?
Yeah,
Okay.
with a Spanish interpreter. So probation won't have that in their budget this year. It needs to be in my budget because I'm the one that signed the contract with him anyway.
Auditor got
If that's-
that? 9,000 line item?
You're Superior 2.
You're Superior, he's Superior 2.
I apologize, guys. I got lawyers waiting. on that.
Yeah. Last question for
Sure.
you, Judge. You know, the postage and printing and publication going up, those are requirements, right? You're
Yeah,
required to
those
mail
are things,
things.
court notices, we have to mail it. In the last couple of years, we've been borrowing from other things to get that done near the end of the year, and so we decided to bump it up.
Well, I move we accept Superior Court 2 budget with the exception, we're going to add a line item, what do we call it?
Interpreter.
Interpreter, $9,000.
$9,000.
That'll bring the grand total of the budget to $335,500.
Sounds right to me.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, in the motion to approve Superior Court 2 Fund 1001-0202 with the addition of the interpreter of $9,000, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Pleasure doing business with you.
It was a pleasure to have you all these years doing it, coming and
Yes.
doing it.
We'll miss you.
Thank you.
All right,
Now where we going?
Judge Cirque,
Sir.
unless Judge Davis needs to jump over you. Okay. All right.
I have one question before we get into the line items of the budget. Did I understand correctly that right now, our request to the state for I think it was the juvenile magistrate, it's not looking good for 2027, right?
I don't think it's looking good now.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood that.
I've been told by the state that they're gonna leave it up to the legislature,
Okay,
in all reality, that you won't have to fund anything if they're gonna do it, because they're leaving it up to the legislature. But I have not got any formal thing in writing, I was just told that I was yes, or resubmitted it and just. September last year.
If you're leaving it to the legislature.
Right, okay.
It's a different game.
It's a different game.
They don't meet until January.
Okay, perfect. I thought that was the
Don't help us.
direction it was heading for now, and then when we get to the 100,000 residents, we'll have to have one, right? And that'll change things, but,
That, the 100,000 deals with the manager.
oh, the court manager,
Court
not the
manager, yeah,
magistrate,
the
okay.
magistrate really just deals with what our overall use numbers are and how
Okay.
many judicial officers we need. Right now, we need about, it's just short of one additional judicial officer.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood that right before we got in the weeds.
All right, the first question I have, so the elected official, typically it's $5,000, but you increased it to $5,150 for the elected official and court commissioner. I thought it was supposed to be all right, so
Yeah.
that needs to be amended to 5,000.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think, Scott, that actually is by
One thing on the budget
statute.
and another thing on
Yeah,
the
it is.
144.
I think that was a state statute that said we could do that, and
Yeah, I know, but they increased it 3, which usually they just
Yeah.
leave it at 5,000.
It was in the budget, but the 144 is correct, I believe. It's just
All right,
5,000.
and then he added 25,000 for the court manager, so I guess it's time to talk about the court manager position.
Yes, I don't think that Judge Marshall had anything for a court manager in his budget.
Not included in the budget.
Okay, and, I know at least me personally, I'd like to hold off on the court manager. We did talk about no new employees, for county general. And then we're also not looking like we're gonna get the juvenile magistrate right now. And so just trying to stick with the no new employees, I'd ask that we defer the court manager discussion to a future budget. Jim, do you?
yeah. Agreed, yeah.
I would slightly disagree in the sense that now that you're knowing you're not getting another judge, there's a lot of stress on the judges. I can tell you, I'm not being mean judges. They are falling behind on some orders and keeping up with the queue. We see it as attorneys. In the past, they were phenomenal, trust me. Compared to other counties, they're probably the best. But the amount of work they're doing, I don't know how many hours our magistrate, Mr. Coombs, works, but I'm guessing it's 60 to 70 hours or somewhere in that neighborhood. And I don't know how many hours the judges are putting in, but I'm betting it's more than 40. I think it's something that they definitely need. I mean, I don't know if you need it in 2027's budget, but it's something that's going to be required, I think, in 2031 when we hit 100,000 population.
I will say this, I've done it long enough that efficiency-wise, I don't have to do the 60 to 70. Work, it's 50 to 60. But when I change jobs in January, efficiency isn't going to be there up to speed to be able to carry a workload. I've talked to Ms. Manship. Ms. Manship and I at least structured the way the magistrate a little bit more efficient on some of this stress. I don't know how that's going to look yet.
Well, last year we added a position, right? Because we had this conversation about needing more help, and we added a position that was shared with the clerk. But now we're already in a position of saying we need more help. And we're already asking for a juvenile magistrate, which if I know we say that lessens the workload, but I'm not clear that it doesn't increase the workload, right, of assistance. And so I'm just not clear if does the person that we hired last year that's partially in the clerk's office, do they belong in both offices?
The way that position has worked is try to split it half and half, and we try to honor that agreement, but so much work is going through that spot right now. I think if you added a juvenile magistrate, it wouldn't increase the need for an assistant. It would take away from that assistant. It's really what it is. Right now, I'm scheduled to be in court all the time except for one. But I have 2 to 5 hours of queue work in my office to do. And that's where the assistant comes in to cover that double booking there. If we add that additional juvenile magistrate, there's an additional half day, maybe an additional half days for magistrate.
I have a question. In your notes for circuit court, it says $25,000 would be for a court manager. Each court will be asking for this. When we just approved Judge Marshall's, was that in,
That he was doing that.
was that in there?
No.
So it was not in there, so
I talked to
the,
Marsh about it. He decided not to put it in there because the council said.
so that's why his budget does not have it in there.
Now, what, would it be a thought that if you do need some help, but we can't do a full-time person, that some part-time
Well, that'd be helpful.
might be helpful?
I sent the email out about a court administrator, should be
Right.
court manager, because what we're hoping is we're going to need that absolutely by the next time we have a census, and the court manager would be a great assistance and plus an organizing everything. In fact, instead of having 4 of us before you at budget hearings, he or she would handle all of that. It'd be more streamlined. Elkhart County started with a court manager, then went to larger, and they're a model program for the state. So it'd be good for us with all those figures. I think it'd be a good thing and would help us tremendously. Yeah, if not a court manager, which we really would like, Judge Marshall, I don't think was quite as supportive as the other judges. And we understand and respect where you're coming from. I understand your is needed for the courts.
Did Judge Davis include that request in his budget?
I thought he did.
I did. If you have questions for me, I'll be glad to.
No, I just was trying to figure out if we decided to move forward or not. It looks like 2/3 of it's only funded since Judge Marshall did not make the request.
I don't see it in his request.
No, it was on the 144.
And I made that same mistake, including only on the 144, but not below, but we'll get that corrected if need to.
But it doesn't add up with, that 25,000 is on the 144, but I don't think it adds up with what we have on the sheet in front of it.
Yeah, we can modify that to 22.5.
Hold up. Just moving on to another question. On the recorder, bailiff, and administrator, you're asking for more than 3% for those 3 people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that to bring them up to some other?
I have 2 that have served for such a long time, they were on their stand. Some count for that, so I've always tried to count that for Sandy and Patty.
Trying to keep people even. Okay.
Does every court have an interpreter?
That's just.
There's a $9,000.
We try to share where we can, like this morning.
Right, so the $9,000 we approved for for Superior Court 2, there's another $9,000 for Circuit Court.
Yeah.
So it's another interpreter, or it's a 200% increase from last year?
We just approved it in Judge Marshall's
Your-
budget, so do you need the
Your
$9,000
line
on
item
yours?
31508.
We do use an interpreter as well.
He does.
Separate
So there's
from.
additional interpreter.
It
Yeah.
works a little bit different. In Judge Marshall's court, they have an
Certain
interpreter
days.
set every month to come in, and that's where that contract comes
Okay.
in. For circuit, we need to bring them in I think individually Judge for Davis insurance. has.
Gotcha.
Okay, all right, I just didn't know if there was one that works the whole courthouse, or you got individual ones.
But do you need it raised to 9,000 is what he's
No, that'll
asking.
be fine.
Well, it was 3,000 last year.
He said 3,000 would be fine if you want to hold it there.
Okay.
We'll hold it at 3, that'd be fine.
It looks like
He can always come
Looks
back.
like you only used
Yeah.
2,100 of it last year.
Judge Sir, you don't have a contract.
No.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
was-
have a contract. I think Judge Marshall's the only one that has this contract.
Okay.
Yeah, because he has certain dates that they come in.
And the 144 also doesn't have any salary information for last year or show who's getting what kind of raise. And then the budget sheet shows a 7% increase instead of a 3% increase to the personnel raises. So I'm not sure, something's doesn't add up.
Apologize, we'll try and get this correct.
I do think that the 3% was also applied to the 2026 requested, not the adopt, yeah. Oh, it was applied to
So
the
it's
adopted.
3% on 27.
If
what we
Yeah.
have.
So we need to adjust that.
Yes.
Do you have the number, the correct number?
We
Okay.
came up with 170,226.
And that's for the reporter, bailiff, administrator, and it was 170,000 what? Scott, I agree with the idea of them having a manager, a court manager. I think it's a need that's, every office that we deal with that has anything to do with judicial, the workload just keeps growing and growing and growing. And I've listened to you multiple times about how many hours a week that you're having to spend over there, and that's just too much, in my opinion.
I'm not the only judge spending a
Yeah,
lot of
and
time. We all spend a lot of time.
I think the need is there, and the wait, I don't see the point of the wait, so that's just my thoughts on it.
Well, I think the concern with adding new positions is once you add them, it's hard to take them away. Whereas this one, we're going to be told to add it in a few years, because I don't see any scenario where we're not above that 100,000 population. So if we hear the need and the stress, we're going to have to add it anyway. So this is one that we're not going to be stuck with it. We're going to be stuck with it anyway. So let's.
I think we need to have a motion.
I think when that
just for that.
happens, the state pays for it. We don't.
Well, we can change it over at that time.
All right, so I think we've discussed all the items, and Kent brought up a good point that it'd probably be preferred if we have a motion on the court manager vote and do that.
Because I think we're going to be split on that one.
Well, another thing to discuss there was when we talked about this in a prior meeting, I believe Judge Sirk said that with 60,000, it could be covered. So are we dividing, if we do it, are we dividing 60,000 by 3 courts?
I think
Judge Marshall didn't put anything.
I
in
think we
budget
just
to
put it all,
raise-
we can just put it all in his, I don't think is there a rule we can't put it all in circuit court? Because they're the ultimate court. Could we just put?
Got it.
There'd be some dispute already.
I know, but the state thinks that.
It would be easier for us if we had it under one of the judges' budgets.
Yeah.
True. So
Yeah,
which
and
make it easier
whoever
for
wants
us.
to take that.
If there is a will of the majority to move forward, we've got 25,000 in each of these courts. Judge Marshall didn't have it, so at 60, all in one court, you're adding $10,000 to the proposed budget versus.
It's 25,000, so it'd be 70.
Well, we talked about, when Judge Sirk
do
came, he
seven.
said 60, they could do 60
You can,
instead
you
of
can live with
75.
60.
We'll start low.
Yeah.
We'll start at 60. They're
Okay, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to be here next year, so I'm not trying to be involved, but
Okay, you'd like to present your budget before we decide on a court manager. Okay, fair enough.
Well, and I would just question
Don't see the
if
point
we
of that
take on one new full-time employee here, why, it'll open the floodgate for others.
I think we need to look at each office individually. I think our blanket opinion of no new hires is what we need to try to follow, but I think there'll be a few exceptions.
Well, this is gonna be a requirement probably by
This will be an
2031.
exception. That's
What?
just me.
Once we hit a census of 100,000, so the 2030 census, if it says 100,000 in 2031, we'll be required to have a court administrator.
Right, but the state pays for it.
No, I do not believe so.
No.
We pay for it. We're required to pay for it.
Not sure about that.
All right, we can
You sure
double-
about that?
I feel like I heard that the state would pay for it as well, but I haven't looked into it. But
Well, and then
you
we
guys
can
would know
shift
better
it.
than me.
I think when that happens, why can't we just shift it?
If that is the
Yeah,
case.
I think that looks like a bonus in that year when that happens, but if we can fund it now, I support that. I guess we can always go back if we don't come in at the number we want to come into, we always go back and make some additional cuts.
We're not going to come in.
Yeah, so it's a possibility that could happen, but hopefully not. But this isn't final until final.
All right,
So
so,
you'd be-
because Judge Davis, and I don't know why, but he wants to come up and present before
Yeah,
we do
why
the
don't we
court
do
manager.
that before we vote on on both budgets.
We could do that, or we could vote on everything but the court manager part, whichever way.
Well, I would move that we allow everything but the court, we'll decide the court manager part separately, except taking away the $6,000 and putting it back to the $3,000 for the court interpreter, 33,1,508.
And the
Well,
elected
yeah, there's
official
other
salary.
changes I like.
And the change to elected official salary that was.
And the reduction of
5,000,
line
5,000.
1120 or 12005 needs reduced also. So there's a lot of amendments.
So if you'll entertain all those amendments except for the court manager, I would move we accept all those except for the court manager, and we'll do it separately.
So you need to back that 25,000 out of that 170,226 also.
Yeah, she gave the figure earlier. It was 170,000.
No, that was just.
All right, how about this? How about I'll make a motion for everything
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, you'll have to amend my motion.
I'm not clear at all on Kent's motion, so you'll have to
All right,
restate the whole thing.
is there a second? Not hearing a second, the motion dies. Okay,
Okay.
go ahead. There you
I will
go.
make a motion to approve all items in Circuit Court's budget with the exception of part-time, which will be a separate motion later, with the following amendments. First line, 11100, elected official reduced to 5,000. 11112 reduced to 5,000. 12005 reduced to 170,226. And 31508 court interpreter reduced to 3,000.
What was the second?
And how
Of
about
your-
12,100?
Like I said, we're not approving line
Okay.
12100
Okay.
whatsoever. We're going to vote on that line separately.
Right.
We're going to vote on
I'll
that.
second that.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Fisk, the second first. So Keely with the motion, Kent with the second. Any discussion on that? All right, the motion, we have a motion on the table to approve Judge Sirk's budget, General Fund 1001-0232 with taking out line 12,100 part-time at this time and reducing elected official to 5,000, court commissioner line item to 5,000, reporter, bailiff, administrator, line item to 170,226, and
And that includes the 25,000 right now.
No, it
No,
doesn't.
we're not voting on that whole line.
Nothing on part-time,
That whole line we're
skipping
not voting
part-time,
on.
and then taking the court interpreter amount down to 3,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
I need clarification on this 25,000. Is it in the part-time line item you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was in the other.
No.
No,
So
no,
do you,
it's-
Ms. Mary, do you approve?
It's hard to tell.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, I just
All
need
those against,
clarification.
same sign. All right, motion carries 7-0.
Okay, we'll vote on the part-time line item as soon as Judge Davis is done.
All right, Judge Davis, come on up. We're going to skip to you so we can do that.
Who is Judge Davis?
We're going to skip to you and do yours now.
Superior Court.
Then we will do the court, the drug court and everything else, CASA and all the rest.
Okay, thank you for hearing from me. Appreciate it. My budget's pretty much the same. I only did 3%. I think my 144 shows that. As I said, the juvenile magistrate, you can fund it, but you're not going to spend it because they're going to leave it to the legislature. When the legislature pays for it, one day they pay for it, you don't pay anything. So it's there, the 41,393. You know, I was going to put everything together, been talking to them. They basically said that they're leaving it to the legislature. I think Chief Justice is saying it's up to them. We're just not touching it. So we haven't got a response. But I believe they're going to try to ask for one next year. Whether they approve it or not, I don't know. But that means no money comes from you guys. So.
Well,
I remove the 41,393.
I say we remove it, and if by some heavenly divine thing the legislature does what we want them to, and we have to come up with some money, then we could come up with it out of food and beverage for the.
The only reason you'd have it is because maybe you could hire a part-time commissioner or something to spend some time to help out doing some cases or something. But, you know, think about what your magistrate gets paid, 146 from the state, 5 from the county. And so, hey, that's some money that could be used for a part-time judicial officer to help out. That's the only thing that could have been done. We didn't do that this year, but it could be there if it's not used for that purpose. But it's up to you.
So Keely and Jim, what that's saying is, if you take out the $42,000, $41,393 here, it might compensate for the $25,000
Right,
that the other courts were talking about needing help.
Judge Davis, where's your 25,000 added in? I don't see it.
I don't know, I have it on the 144s. I don't know if it's in anywhere, to be honest with you.
Okay, I don't see it. I don't see it on the county general. Everything looks the same except you added 3%, and the cell phones, you took it out from 1,200, you went to 0. That's the only other changes I saw. Oh, and printing publication.
The cell phone I took out, because I didn't have one, I came and asked for one, and I have no idea if Ms. Manship's gonna come and ask for one or not, so I don't know on that.
Okay.
The reason for the thing is you guys all know, I'm not gonna be a judge next year, okay? So I'm not trying to be involved in things, but I was asked at the last day to put this court manager position in. And so I knew, hey, I'm not trying to step on toes, but then I was presented with the description of what the case, now on the description I received say court administrator. Now, yes, by 2030 you're going to be at the numbers and you're going to get that. I have talked, because you know I came and asked you for big raises for the court reporters, so I was the one talking to the court administrators in the different counties, Hamilton, Johnson, and Hendricks County. They're the only other donut counties that has a court administrator. The common denominator between that court administrator is all of those court administrators are attorneys, every one of them.
Oh, wow.
Every one of them. By statute, it's not required. I looked and asked. No, it's not required. But many things that's important about that job, because I've asked what they do, they are running magistrate courts. They are running the court staff for the magistrate courts. They are doing legal research. They're helping with jury instructions on cases. So they're doing a lot more than just the administrative things, because they're attorneys. And so they can do those things. That's why the court administrator jobs are all paying you generally $125,000, $140-some thousand. Those are court administrators, okay? So that's what that is done. And yes, you have to do it as long as the majority of the courts agree to do that. But the reality of it is when I looked at what the plan was, and which it wasn't presented to me till yesterday, I don't agree with what this court manager position is going to be doing, because my staff already does all of this. And the qualifications that are listed don't require any degrees, let alone a JD degree on that. I understand the need for getting ready for 2030 and when that happens, but the way this was laid out to me, I cannot have that in my budget. I'm sorry to the other judges. I don't approve of that. I let Judge Sirk know that yesterday afternoon.
Well, Judge Marshall also did not support it.
I heard that yesterday afternoon as well. I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I'm really not. My staff does all these things, and we don't need a fourth court reporter. And I understand you're concerned about staff.
Oh, yeah.
I have ideas on what could happen to alleviate staff time in regards to that, but that's not in the budget.
So you're fine, Judge.
So
you're good. We appreciate you talking to others, and I didn't know that they were a lot of them are attorneys, because when I look up court administrators, it's like they say the average salary is $75,000. I'm like, well, if they're attorneys, you're not going to get any hardly any.
Jill Adkin is a court administrator in Hamilton County. Sheena Johnson is in Johnson County. Catherine Haynes is in Hendricks County. And I didn't know Catherine Haynes was. I knew Sheena Johnson was. It was interesting. She worked for the county, so she goes, yeah, they all know me. And Jill Adkins in Hamilton. Catherine Haynes goes, yeah, I'm an attorney too. And I asked her, is it required? She said no, but it gives them respect. The judges know they're an attorney, so they can do more things for them. For them. So I think that's an important task that if you're going to do, and that, well, if all the other 3 donut counties have that, we don't have any requirements of any bachelor's degree, let alone a JD degree for being in that position. And I think that's important in regards to planning ahead for that.
I would note that the size of the counties that he listed are significantly larger.
Well, they have to be over 100,000.
I mean, but they're significant. They're well past that.
Over 100,000.
Yeah, they're not comparable in any sense as far as size.
Okay. All right, so.
I want to ask Deb one quick question now on this. Recorder, bailiff, administrator, is that the correct amount, or does that reflect the 3%?
Yeah, the 170.
Yeah, 170.
168,004.
I thought
we only asked for 3%.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be calculated off of the 163, 106?
It is.
It is.
Yeah, it is
Oh, I
5,000.
got 167. Okay, maybe I got the wrong number then.
I mean, 3%.
I got 3% is what I
times.
I got 167,999.
All right, that's within a couple bucks. I'm not gonna.
No.
We saved $4.
3% is what I said to do, so.
It's a rounding.
Because we have to break it down.
But that's the difference between a lawyer and a.
Well, it's actually, they break it down, it's rounding, it's.
Yeah, I got
If you're off a dollar, you're
167,999.
still off.
That's because they break it down each employee up 3%.
Okay.
Right.
That's
Each
why.
employee, and then we do
Don't worry, Judge.
You're talking the 54,363 to the
Everyone thinks it's
56,101.
Yeah, you're good.
You're good. All right, so
I'll make a motion.
here we go.
That we approve the Superior Court 1 budget with the exception of removing the juvenile magistrate in its entirety from that cost.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, I have a motion, a second on the table to approve County General budget for Superior Court 1 with the change of juvenile magistrate going from 41,393 to 0. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Judge.
Gonna do drug court now?
No, we're gonna discuss the court manager real quick, I think. Is that what we want to do?
Yeah, because we'll need to approve that line item with or without the court manager. That part-time line item needs approved in Judge Cirque's budget.
And then we'll,
I'm not even opposed to getting the courts more help so they're not overly burdened. But we have a new judge coming in who hasn't gotten any input on that, who that person's also supposed to help. We thought when we started talking about this that we were gonna have a juvenile magistrate that it doesn't sound like we're getting. So for me, there's a lot up in the air. It is paid out of county general. They don't have other funding mechanisms. And so I'm a no for now on a court manager. I'm not saying I'm not willing to spend even more than that next year to hire someone with attorney credentials if that's what we need, but I don't understand what we need. It wasn't universally supported. And we gave a person, an entry-level, non-attorney person last year and was told that that would fill this gap, and it has not. And I'm questioning whether we did the right thing then too. Maybe that person that went under the clerk's office should have just been this person all along. But we don't have enough consensus in the courts for it. It's not uniform enough with what others are doing, so I can't support it out of general fund
Can I
this year.
address the need?
yes.
Sure,
It doesn't have to happen that way.
I believe you.
It's a pick of the judges. I mean, we didn't contemplate this position initially as being part of JD. It's not going to pay. Have a JD fill the position. Not anything that we contemplate. I'm in support of it. I don't have an opponent for spirit. My budget. If I had been able to, I've talked to Ms. Manship about it. I can't say or that she forces it, but she's spoken in favor of it. So you have all three judges who are going to be here next year. Have a consensus.
Can I ask a question?
It's something that is going to be necessary at some point. The assistant position right now, that position, we are using almost the entire position for the court. This manager position will allow some of that work to go to the manager to cover that overflow, so that we're only using the position, that administrative assistant magistrate for that. Try to, there's too much work going through the magistrate spot right now. Some of that work needs to be pulled out of the magistrate to reduce that workload. That's part of the issue. Overall, we just have a lot of work.
Pull it out and put it where, though?
Other judges. Needs to be balanced.
Amongst the judges, the number of judges we already have?
We need to restructure the way cases are assigned, the way cases are heard, the way they're scheduled in order to be more.
Okay, do you guys have the capacity within the cumulative group of you to study and come up with those solutions on yourself? Do you need assistance in evaluating efficiency and getting consultancy? What do we have to do?
I do a lot of numbers. I run a lot of numbers just to kind of figure out, make sure what I'm doing is efficient, to see where all my work is coming from. So I can go to, hey, this court, you can cut back on the work here because there's too much. There's more coming out of this court than this court. I do a lot of that. I think the other judges do as well for their courts. I just think we need to because it's growing so much. Right now it's being used as fourth judge position. Carrying the same cases that judges are. It may make more sense to magistrates role more of the smaller cases so they can quickly, and then bigger cases to the judges because they have more time. Or part of the issue I have is if I have a 2-day trial and I have those, I'm not in any court for more than a half day. So that 2-day trial is going to take 4 half days, and then with the conflicts that pop in with Chin's, other cases, scheduling, things like that, that 4 days ends up being 6 to 8 days. 6 months to do a 2-day trial. It's just not ideal. So we'd like to reimagine how that works, but it's hard to tell you how it's going to look right now until this matches. I don't know what she's going to do with Spirit 1. I have an idea of what I want to do with Spirit 2 to modify it to be more efficient. Judge Marshall is an incredibly efficient judge. Not a whole lot to do there, but we are adding additional look into Spirit 2 from the other 2 courts.
So
we're doing what we can to try to
to get the numbers clear in my head, there was an additional 25,000, but that was if all 3 courts added 25,000 and the other courts didn't. So you were saying something about 60,000. What is the actual
the number would be 60. We can go to 60.
Okay, so if the actual add is 60 onto
plus benefits.
Plus benefits onto that other budget. And so the reduction of this was 40. So there still is $25,000 additional into the scenario plus.
Well, no, because Judge Cirque did have the 25,000.
He had 25,000 in, but we didn't agree to it yet.
Right. But to your point, Judge had 25 in of what we were saying was 75, which is now 60. So you're short 35. And then we give up the the juvenile magistrate. That makes up 43 of the 35 you're short. So you're actually net subtract $8,000 from this budget. Now, of course, our insurance is going to go up way more than that, which is not accounted for in this. But that would be the net effect.
Okay, so what is you're saying the net effect on the budget we haven't completely done now is negative 8,000?
Yeah, because if you give up the 43, right, we already had 25 of the 60 in here. So you're short 35,000. And you gave up the juvenile magistrate, which was 43,000. You only needed 35 to make up the difference to 60. So you're actually to the better $8,000. But that will go, you'll have insurance added on that's not accounted for.
So the 8,000 can go towards the insurance.
And we're trying to save 800,000 overall.
So far, we've raised the budget today that we're trying to cut 800,000 and we've raised it about 50.
Right.
I did some very quick research, and I don't have a solid answer for you, but I don't know if that applies to the magistrate is created by statute individually for each county. Administrator is similar, but in that statute, that county is.
I believe the administrator is paid by the county. I don't believe that's not like the juvenile magistrate or the magistrate positions.
Well, can you use could you use part-time?
What's that?
Could you use part-time to start it?
It'd probably be hard to find someone.
Yeah, if we could find,
and the skill set that you need.
A lot of options. Yeah, we need.
So that 170,000
So
still
as a
has
compromise,
the
why don't
$25,000
we
in it.
add some part-time and let them try it?
Yeah, if we could add part-time without adding another person that has benefits, I could get behind that.
But we just need $35,000, and because the 25,000 is still inside the 170,226. Oh, excuse me, I always have the wrong line. It's in the part-time line, so that it's still in there right now. So what we're needing to talk about is whether or not we want to increase that line item to $35,000 to get to 60. But it wouldn't be called part-time anymore.
No.
It would be considered a full-time position that we need to move into the line item above it.
Yeah,
actually.
I think you're right. If you're making a full-time position, yeah, that all needs to move out of part-time.
That can't be part-time. Scott, do you want a motion?
Yeah. The commissioners discussed this, by the way, right?
Actually, we had to
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion, and we'll see how it goes. I'm going to make a motion on Circuit Court's budget to reduce the part-time line item 12100 by $25,000. And I want to then increase line 12005 by $60,000.
And can you clarify if that's intended to be a full-time benefited employee?
And that's a full-time position as a court administrator.
Manager.
Manager, I'm sorry, court manager. Well, there's a lot of numbers flying around
All right,
and a lot of words.
I have a motion on the table as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve.
You may want to call roll.
I'm going to do roll call, yeah. To approve the motion presented by Mary No, we're going to do roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Shelby, how do you vote?
No.
Bertram?
No.
Commissioner Louder?
Yes.
Commissioner No?
Yes.
Commissioner Fisk?
No.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Smith, sorry, and Wooldridge.
Yes.
So motion
we-
passes.
So motion passes 5-2, is that correct, Madam
Yes, I'm
Auditor?
sorry, yes, we have
No,
5-4.
4-3.
4-3.
4-3.
We have four
Oh, 4-3.
yeses
We had a
and two
no,
noes.
no, and no down there.
All right.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
It's my third day.
Okay, now you need drug court, right?
All right, so CASA's first. Could CASA come up? They have the general fund. Is there any question about the pay? It's at 6.96%.
So I did the same thing where I did it based off of this year's pay, which is 27 pay period. So I actually mean for it to be the lower amount. And I did a new 144 showing it for the auditor's office when they sent it to me. So I had asked for the 11103 line item to be 58004. And what I mean for it to be is the 3%, which is the 55,857.
55,008.
Does that make more sense?
Would you say 857?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's 3%. That's what I meant.
All right.
Totally sorry about that. The line item 11400, I did the same thing. So I had asked
300, because 400 says 0.
Yeah, her 11,300.
11300.
Okay.
I had asked for 43,318. What I really meant was based off of the 26 pay period. So 41,717 would be the 3%.
717.
Yeah.
All right.
That's totally my fault. Sorry.
That's all right. No, don't worry about
I
it.
did it based off the 26 pay.
No problem.
The only other thing is line 12100. I'm asking to increase that by 3,000, but by taking 3,000 from line item 32200. So I'm not asking for anything more. I'm just moving 3,000 from that line up to line 12100 to raise it to 35,000.
Okay, would you entertain a motion on?
Yes,
Well, there's
I-
another fund after this.
Well,
so-
I know, but we can just do the first one real
Yeah.
quick.
I'll make a motion on the county general 1001 budget for CASA as presented with the following amendments. Director line 55,857 and an admin assistant $41,717.
What'd you say? I had 717.
Oh, that's what I just wrote down that she said.
That's what I was.
I didn't get them, Keely.
We came up with 710. But it could just be the whole rounding thing again.
I know. It's what I was given by the auditor's office, so.
4 plus 7, we're at $11 on the rounding.
Yeah, that's true.
Gosh.
I'm not asking for any new positions, I promise.
Here, I got
promise.
some, I got
I
another
promise.
question.
I'm trying to be easy.
It's easy, man.
Time's more fabulous. All right, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Can I get the numbers again, please?
Okay, yeah, it's, director was, the motion had the director at 55,857 and had the administrative assistant at 41,717. That was her motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Robin Louder with the second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
That includes my other moving the 3,000 up. Is that good too?
That's okay, you can move
Yeah, you're
3,000
fine.
from mileage
Okay.
to, yeah.
Yeah, you're
Yep,
fine
I
with
moved
that.
it from out, okay.
We're fine with everything else on your budget except for
Okay,
two
perfect.
changes.
And then on
And then-
Fund 1213, is that a grant? And
It
that-
is my state grant from CASA,
And
the
it's
state.
confirmed you're receiving what you're receiving next year? Is it a confirmed number?
I don't get it until October.
Till October, okay.
I'm not making any changes though, so.
Okay,
I don't receive anything from them till October for the next year,
okay.
which makes it kind of tricky, but I'm not asking for anything.
Do we have a motion to approve it as presented?
I'll make a motion on Fund 1213 for CASA as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Jessica.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Jeff.
All right, next up, Drug Court, Beth Engel, come on up with Judge Sirk. So the only thing I see here, and
I followed suit with everybody.
The only thing I want to bring up is, and I know, I'm probably fighting here on Judge Sirk's behalf here a little bit, is that the drug court coordinators paid $66,739.
It's 27 pays. That's how
Okay.
I based it on, like everybody else.
Well, my point's still here. She's getting paid 66, while the behavioral health court coordinator is getting paid around 76.
Yeah, there was a big jump.
It's a big difference, and I don't know what I don't know if they do much more, or Judge, could you argue for your?
I think she does a tremendous job. As fair as possible, and I think it's primarily a responsibility in making sure we state certified.
My only question would be, because I remember in the past, and I don't know if it had anything to do with these courts or other departments, but in the past, sometimes we've talked about raising pay because of people's credentials, like bachelor's and master's degrees or other certifications. And I can't remember off the top of my head what employees have what credentials and degrees.
I think that the other officer is behavioral health court is a probation officer that was set by the state and then moved into that position, but I think someone else can speak to that.
I'm a probation officer, and I have a bachelor's degree and a.
Okay, so you were already paid on the probation officer scale before you took this?
Before I took this position.
You were a Hancock County probation officer being paid at that scale, yeah. So so we let her carry her rate of pay with her credentials into the other position.
Yeah, I think the only exception to that is when we have an employee that gets the credentials later, and that job does not require those, which doesn't really apply here, but I wanted to say that.
Right.
If the job does not require those credentials, I don't think we can pay them
Actually,
more.
this job now does. I'm grandfathered in. This job now would require a bachelor's degree. Any problem-solving court.
Yeah, I agree with that. You're
does.
grandfathered in.
Yeah.
But we've had some issues with that in the past with other departments.
So I based it on the 27 pay, so it should be corrected, line 11202 should be corrected to 64,269, and line 12,000 should be corrected to 60,938.
And then treatment services went down. Is that just because that's
Yes.
covered by other budgets?
No, actually, I reduced quite a few things because we just have not spent that money in the past. And I listened to the council when you all are trying to save money, and I looked at our budget, and I reduced quite a bit. On computers, supplies, I reduced that by $1,000. I reduced treatment services by $3,000. I reduced dues and subscription by $3,100, and I reduced meeting travel and lodging by $5,000. Now, typically, I do get grant funding for meeting travel and lodging, so I did reduce our overall county budget quite a bit to try and save money for the county. I also did apply for the BJA grant now that the feds have released the funds. So hopefully I'll find out in September about that one. Then I'll save you about $83,000 a year.
Is there any desire in the council to raise the drug court coordinator to 70,000 or something like that to, since in this budget in front of me, there was an overages already because of using the wrong numbers for the raises, but it wouldn't, and since the budget is reduced another 2,000 beyond that already.
My only thing would be, I thought we were supposed to start using our new HR director to help with comparisons when it came to salary decisions. That was a big point of having HR, was to make, the
Are you
case on
saying that the
those.
drug court coordinator and the behavioral court coordinator have different jobs?
I'm saying that she just said that she has other certifications and credentials.
That she's grandfathered in on. She doesn't have to have those.
She was a probation officer prior, right?
Yeah.
That's what brought the salary up.
Yeah.
It wasn't behavioral court.
I don't, Keely, I don't
credentials.
mind your argument because Judge Strickland.
And I don't mind,
can fight for
if you guys want
for
to
next
do it. I'm
year
just
or-
trying to follow what I thought we said we were going to do with an HR department.
I just wanted to bring it up because, to me, it's concerning because they do similar things. And so
It's a step in the right direction is what I was trying to get. I wasn't trying to fill the whole gap at one time, but it was
I think Deb would like to
step in the right direction.
interject a little
Well,
bit.
I just want to, I'm not quite sure on because I know, and I've worked with Beth personally, and how diligent she works and tries to fight to get these grants. And it's not hard. There's portals and all kinds of things that she's had to set up and beat me over the head to help, figure out how to do this. And I don't know if there's any of that grant money that could help offset that salary.
I'm hoping in September that will, but that doesn't.
She's
it
worked
doesn't
really
come
hard.
in. If we get it, then it doesn't take in effect until October. Then there would be an increase in salary, but grants are
An option to pay any increase out of that versus the general fund is what I was saying.
So she can come back and ask for an increase.
If the grant gets
Yeah.
approved, that she can then make the adjustment then.
Yeah, I'd be very favorable to
Judge,
that.
is there a big difference in the job descriptions?
No,
should not be, but.
no, it should not
Okay.
be.
Well, then
Excellent job.
right,
I'm sure
I think
Cal-
we ought to work towards making the pay similar somehow.
Well,
Even if it's after the grants come in or.
Closer equality, I would say.
Absolutely, closer quality.
But I think I would lean on Andrea to bring that recommendation to us. I'd be supportive, but I would like the expert to weigh in to
Yeah.
just make sure, I'm not an expert in this area. I would agree, it sounds like they're similar, but I would like to ask Andrea to maybe work on that, and then I would be supportive just having something lining it out for sure. This is why we need to make an adjustment, and then using that precedent going forward, as you've said, Keely.
All right, so it sounds like for today, we will kick it down the curb and work on it. Sounds like for our HR and for you guys. Do we have a motion for the county general with the changes that was presented?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the drug court county general budget with changes to drug court coordinator to $64,269 and field officer $60,938.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We have one more budget, 2501.
That is our user fee fund. Per the Office of Court Services, I have to budget, or I should say, we have to budget at least 40% of that. Basically, I upped it a little bit because of drug testing supplies. Those have increased a bit, as well as garage and motor. Office supplies I've offset since I reduced office supplies just a little bit. So it just comes up to 17.5, and that's our user fees. It doesn't come out of county funds.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
At the end of what we just finished,
Okay,
tally, we've saved $282,000.
Behavioral Health Court, can you have Judge Davis and Tabitha Davis please come forward. By the way, for the public, they are not related. I've gotten
Related at
several.
all.
I can't believe how many people email me and ask me if you guys are related.
She married into it. Her husband is not.
I know.
I had to tell an inmate yesterday that I was meeting with him, last name Davis, for Judge Davis's court, and then Aaron Davis is gonna come out and do an assessment. I'm like,
Just like having the last name Smith.
right.
I wonder who has that. All right, so behavioral health court, the big thing to me was the drug screens.
I know, I knew you were gonna say that.
Well, I mean, anytime you have a big increase, we're like, okay, what's going on? Can we get it paid for somewhere else?
So I have applied for a grant, and I will apply for an additional grant later this year. I just can't say it's going to be confirmed that I'll receive it. It's just not guaranteed funding. So with this past year, the prior coordinator was utilizing mostly instant screens, which are cheaper, but to me, a lot less effective when it comes to terms of supervision. So we've changed to Abbott. So every screen.
I hate Abbott.
I love Abbott. So every screen is confirmed by a scientist, and I'm not the judge, jury, executioner looking at an instant screen and being like, is there a line? Is there not a line? And we're also utilizing both urine and oral screens, which I feel like is best practice standards for this type of program. But because of that, there is an influx in costs, unfortunately.
We've had since it was Tabitha's idea to go back to urine, and it's been very beneficial.
I know probation uses Abbott, that's why it's like, no, I do not.
We're catching alcohol use that we didn't used to collect on the instance.
But there's a lot of false positives with Abbott, it seems like. I've seen as an attorney, yeah, there are.
I mean, they coming back and people are admitting, yeah, I used after they come back for the urine test. They don't.
Thankfully, I haven't ran into that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I haven't ran into that.
have.
Point.
Comes a nightmare.
I think a lot of the swabs are the instance is great because you don't, it doesn't care if you're male or female.
75.
But the urines end up being more reflective because the breakdowns, like if you got 50 is your cutoff for a urine test and 2 is your cutoff for a instant. Well, if they just used a couple hours ago or whatever, you got them, okay, or within the day. Urine, if you only used a little bit, you won't reach that level. And that's what I just realized in a case today where it's THC for community corrections. Hey, we're at 50. Well, yeah, if you only took a hit, you got the instant, but you're not going to reach that for the urine test. So community corrections use swabs too. But I could just say behavioral health courts is to have the idea about, hey, we need to start using urines because we're having some alcohol issues. It's been reflective of we're getting positives, and everybody that has been turned up positive has admitted, yes, I did. But that does require more use. We can apply for the grants. I think one thing to point out is Tabitha did come in when we switched to only one case manager instead of 2. She did transfer the extra money to pay for the screens.
For the part-time budget.
For the part-time
So there
budget.
won't be a part-time budget for BHC for 2027.
Yeah, I don't think the amount is unknown. I don't think it's going to be that amount. We don't know that it's going to be that amount.
I just don't want to come back in August of 27 and tell you that I don't have money for drug
Do
screens.
they not, do the participants do not pay for the drug screens?
Well, now they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask
Previously, we had issues
Yeah, go
with
ahead,
that.
go ahead.
For whatever reason, we had issues with collecting fees. I don't know why, but Tabitha's made sure those are being collected.
Okay, so last year's adopted budget for the wages, basically section of this, 11239 down to 12000 was $216,925. And this year's $187,899. So there's a 11% decrease. I just was trying to justify. Where's the decrease?
They came before us and a couple times told us about.
A month or two ago, we went down to one case manager.
Okay, you went
and the
down to-
part-time field officer went from 30 hours a week to a full-time field officer.
Okay, so you got rid of somebody when you added one and that's.
Yeah, we turned a part-time into full-time,
All right.
got rid of a full-time.
So that, okay, all right.
Okay.
I'm not used to the reductions. Okay?
Can you refresh my memory, DJ, to the point about the BHC coordinator? So in 2026, we had adopted a budget just under 65,000. But then when you were hired last year.
My first day of this position was March 2nd of this year, 2026, was my
Okay.
start date.
And so, Judge, refresh my memory, you came before us, right, when you were filling this position?
Yep.
And iterated that
Gail Conley came with me.
the credentials, the pay,
Pulling somebody away from probation to be my coordinator, they always got jumps. You know, like we go through, you guys don't get it, you know, I mean, you might not have a raise. Like the judges haven't had a raise in 2 years, okay? Probation, you get your 5 years in, you got another raise. You get your 5 years in, you got another raise.
Right.
And so, yes, it was her background in regards to having her degrees and stuff, but it also was taking into effect, hey, there's a situation where, look, we're getting people with bachelor's degrees, and we're paying some people that don't have a bachelor's degree more.
Right.
Well, I was going to take a break after this.
That's where it came up about stuff, and when you, I don't know when
Take a break
Beth's
right after
gonna be done and retire, whenever that happens, you're gonna have to pay more for that drug court coordinator.
Right.
You're gonna have to.
Because we have to have a bachelor's.
You gotta have a bachelor's degree, and most people with those degrees of experience are gonna say, hey, $60,000, no.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break right after this. I got several, we're starting to lose people, so. Is there any other questions? All right, I'll entertain a motion for county general if there's no other questions.
Do you want to, I got one question. Does the council want to go ahead and increase that from 9,000 to 43,500? Or do you want to increase it to?
I'm going to be a no. I don't want Abbott. That's it.
You'd what?
I do not like Abbott Laboratories. As an
Okay.
attorney, I'm telling you, I wish the county would get rid of them
Okay.
and go somewhere else. That's just my opinion.
Who do you think we should use, Mr.
Anybody but them. Let's just put it like that.
That's easy.
Anyone, Judge.
Sure, it's still gonna cost more.
I know.
Do you think we should move drug screen costs back to the 2509 and then deal with it if that fund's short later, or?
You know, we have people come back all the time, and we like that, actually, because we get to visit again to the departments, you know what I'm saying? And ask for, we do that all the time with the Paupers Council, or whatever you want to call it now.
Public Defender's
Public
Office.
Defender's Office and stuff like that, because we're trying to know actually what's happening more. But that is a pretty big jump. I didn't know if you wanted.
Last year, there was 9,000, I believe, allocated for drug screens.
Right.
And then, like I said, we're depleting that part-time officer position, so that money could be used to go towards drug screen costs.
Increased her pay then,
So it's
but it doesn't show up here.
$15.88 per screen confirmed.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I did was give us room for growth, because the primary goal of the program is to grow, okay? I want this program to be bigger and, you know, support and affect more criminal offenders. So with 3 screens per participant, with 30 participants, now right now we're at 20, okay? So that's just giving us growth. Usually we do 2 per week, but sometimes people are sanctioned, they have to screen every day. So there's not really a good way to tell you an exact amount I'm going to need, but that would have put us at $74,318 for the year. Now, that would be taking into account nobody paying a penny towards their user fees. Do I think that's going to happen? No, that would be ridiculous.
But when the
I'm-
user fees come in, they're not gonna go to general, right? They're gonna go
Correct.
to
The drug costs.
2509?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I would rather, I think, put the expense back in 2509, see how the user fees get collected. If you're gonna be short, come back, we will pay it out of general, and then next year when we do budgets, maybe have a better idea now that costs have gone up.
And you probably we really need to have a good idea about what it's going to be, because I think when you had the $9,000 number, my understanding is it wasn't like Tabitha's laid out about how do we get to this. We spent more the year before, so it's like, well, why was the budget presented at only 9?
Well, and they
Didn't
were
make sense.
instance, and those are significantly cheaper, but you're not gonna have, it, in terms of supervision, I don't think they're efficient.
But if you're gonna do something like when you did for me about having the evaluations for the incompetency, where it's like I gotta come back and ask for money, you know, in that instance, yeah, but she's done a better job of collecting those fees and stuff. So it's just knowing, hey, we're gonna use urine and it's gonna be a higher number. It's just, can we collect enough fee to pay for that?
Right.
As long as she knows, hey, I can come back because I gotta get more money.
Conversation. Yeah.
may secure grant funding too. I just can't tell you for
Right.
now it's guaranteed funding.
So
I won't
I
know.
would agree with you, Keely. I'd rather she come back.
So if she doesn't get the,
Go ahead.
she doesn't get the grant, she'd come back.
We go ahead and grant
I would leave
last
the
year's.
9,000.
Yes.
Leave
yes,
the 9,000 from last year in the general.
Yes.
And I would move I mean, do we want the whole difference moved to 2509? I guess we'll just do that for now, because if the money's not there to cover it, you're not gonna spend it, right? That won't be a problem, right? If we approve a budget, if we move 30 grand over back into 2509, but the revenue's not actually there to spend it, she's not gonna be able to file a claim and spend it when there's no money there.
No,
She'll have
no.
to come back,
She would
right?
have to ask for additional
Okay.
appropriation. I
So
would just
then-
want to make sure that the state is good with the fees coming in and out for behavioral health, and it doesn't have to go through like probation testing. I
We're
don't.
allowed to collect on the drug fees and all that. That's
Yeah, I can collect for drug screen costs.
Okay.
All right,
Was
Keely,
that a motion?
do we have a
So,
motion?
yeah, I'll make a motion that we reduce 1001 county general budget for behavioral health court, reduce the drug screen line item from 43,500 back to 9,000 from last year. And then going back up to the top, those numbers right?
Clear off, I don't know. I don't know what she was being paid.
Sorry, before I move forward the motion, were the numbers right on the percentages on the personnel?
I guess we wanted to verify that, was there an explanation given on the coordinator salary? why
Yes,
it's
because
so-
we raised it in 2020, we raised it after that budget was approved last
After
year.
the-
Earlier
Okay,
this
got
year.
it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
Okay, so there was no, before I proceed, nobody's looking at me saying that they have any qualms with those numbers. So I'll make a motion to approve County General 1001 as presented, with the exception of reducing the 43.5 on drug tests to 9,000. Make a separate motion on the
Second.
other fund.
All right, any discussion? All right, I have a motion and a second to approve county general fund with the exception of being drug screens dropping to $9,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say aye. Aye. Motion carries 6-1.
And I'll make a separate motion on Fund 2509 to approve as presented with the amendment of raising the drug and alcohol testing line item to 37,500.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve Fund 2509 with the exception of changing the drug and alcohol testing line from 3,000 up to 37,500. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign, aye. Motion carries 6-1.
And if you could, whenever you have the money to do it, if you could pay first from 2509 and use the general fund as like a
Secondary.
backup. And then if it ever looks like you're gonna not have either, come as quick as you can to talk to us about it.
Okay. Hey, thanks. I'm going to take a brief recess.
So far.
Microphone.
Right in here, but just figure out what you want and.
Write it down.
Yeah, right.
All right, I reconvene
We can do it
the
all in
budget
one.
Oh, do you have one?
Yes.
discussions. Next up is 10:30, which we're a little bit behind, about an hour. The E911 Center, John Chaconis, Fund 1222 discussion.
All right.
If you want any more coffee.
I see there's a new,
No.
new position in line, the fourth line, Public Safety Program
Don't let
Manager.
me have any more coffee.
That was the one that the sheriff and I discussed in the last budget meeting. It's a meeting to start in 2027. It takes over all of the current technology and all of the new technology that's coming for us. Greg, or my deputy director, and I are trying to maintain that right now, and we're to the point where we're almost not able to maintain it properly. So that's the ask for the job. It is coming out of the surcharge, not the general. And then, I don't know if you wanted to talk about our discussion at all.
Sure. Sorry, I was looking at the menu.
Lunch.
We gotta speed it up when we have a menu.
E911 goes, got a situation, as we all know, with a person who is on leave.
That's out of 1235. We're talking about the tech manager, the program manager
Fund
position.
1222.
Right now. Yeah, or 12, yeah, that one's in 1230, or no, that is in 1222 also, I'm sorry.
It is.
You're right.
Okay.
I'll just stop.
As far as that person goes, my understanding is that since we have all these radios out that we are buying, it does take updates on those radios continuously. And I think John and other people in E911 are doing that work. So at least suddenly our expenses of that program, providing radios, also includes more than just the radios. It's the update for the radios. I don't think we all understood that, but it makes sense that do that. So maybe in the longer run, we need to evaluate the whole program. That is additional costs of it. Can we support it or not? But that's not the question today. The question today is, how do we get that job done without killing these guys? I guess the proposal that I was thinking of was that we're not going to hire any, come up with part-time money next year of this to.
Is the, I know nothing about what you do to update these radios, but is it not something you can hold a training session in these locations that have them come in and be trained?
The radios are just a single part of this. I have 38 other things listed on my list that this person will do that will take away from myself.
That's just a small part of it.
This is, yeah, it's a very small percentage of it because, I mean, we have our computer-aided dispatch. We want a single person to liaison with the IT department. Depending on the person's, where the person comes from, if they come internal, they can still answer calls when we have surge. Seeking out grants for technology, the radios, they can assist with quality assurance. They can pull recordings. All of a sudden now we're getting more and more recording requests. We do all of the credentialing for the county. So that's another task that we could put on them. Work on our voice recorder, again, assist with the public access requests. All the updates to our systems. I mean, that's like numbers 16 through 25 on my list are updates to continuous updates to systems. The way we structured, you're well aware I moved everything around in my funds because surcharge was dying, and so we had to. But you gave us the extra 2 points in lit plus we get the supplemental. And so the way we moved everything around, both budgets fit. Plus, we still do have a healthy supplement or healthy cash balance in the lit, in the 911 lit. So that's, at some point in time, I have to find a work-life balance. And I really want to stay here. I really do enjoy working here. I enjoy this place because I want to see it. I want to see this through for another few years at least. But with that also, if I leave, if I get hit by a bus today, then there's going to be a lot of unknowns over there. And so getting somebody in now to do this on a full-time basis is going to be what helps us start to train that person properly, because I can almost guarantee you nobody is going to walk into our thing and have all of the knowledge that they need. They may have some of it. They may have the radios, they may have the CAD, they may have something else, but nobody's going to come in. And so it's going to be our job over the next year and a half to train that person properly, and then they start their, for lack of a better term, their book of secrets, to where they start writing all of this down and making sure that the next person that comes in does do it or does know how to do it. So that's my point with that is, like you said, our job is becoming more technological advanced and more technology's coming in. It keeps coming in. And our job is just changing also. The dispatcher's job is changing. Who would have thought we would be flying drones? But it's one of the greatest things that has come to us is that it's, so that's my, like I said, that's my plea, my beg and my plea for that position. There is a secondary position in there, as Councilman Shelby started to talk about, that I have to keep a position open. We are not paying that position. So the position that I'm actually asking for isn't a replacement for that position. Okay? It is a new position. And so it's, yeah.
Now, there was some talk about the next new 911 position coming from the RDC.
There was?
Did you
Yes.
appear at the RDC at all to discuss that?
No.
Well, I have talked with Kent about it, and we can probably put the position that at least I'm talking about in the RDC. That would be the holding position, or whatever you want to call it.
That the program manager or the
No,
assistant
no.
supervisor that you have?
That would just be a
Correct, no.
dispatcher.
It'd be your
Well,
assistant.
what happens is the actual position that we're asking for to properly do what we need to do to maintain our chain of command is make it an assistant supervisor position, which would be promoted from within, which would create an open dispatch position. So the actual position that we're asking for is the assistant supervisor, but knowing that that position is going to be filled internally, but then the open dispatch position is going to be filled by someone on our hiring list.
What we would move to the RDC would be a dispatcher position, I think.
Sort of, because
We have to fund
I-
the assistant
yeah,
supervisor.
because I have an interim person in that position that I'm paying that supervisor's salary to. So I can't necessarily move one of my two supervisor positions out. So it's somewhere I have to create another position. And whether that's out of surcharge or whether that's out of RDC or, you know.
Well, and I think the RDC is a good idea, but before we commit to that, I would like to consult our consultant, which is Gary Poole, about if we can fit that in there. How about it, Gary? Do you know off the top of your head? Could we fit that in there?
The menu or something? Is that how you knew he's out? Oh, it's right there.
How much money? How
I
much
just
you
gotta
got?
make sure I play it well.
That's not a good answer. Would this include all FICA perf and benefits?
Everything, of course.
So if we were adding the actual dispatch well, let's call it the actual dispatch position would be roughly
66,637.
What's that?
I had
66,997.
66,637.
Is that can't be, that's not with benefits though.
Not with benefits.
No.
No, and I think
Salary.
it's 66,997.
Salary.
Yeah.
On your 144.
Correct.
Perpetuity in there?
The amount you're requesting is actually the salary you've plugged in for the assistant
Yeah,
supervisor.
correct, the 66.
That's 66,997.
Yep.
The curtailment of the, some of the McCordsville projects and the increase in some. Bring us from 98%. We're going to cover the bonds. It would drop us.
And the RDC would need to vote on that themselves, so.
Basically, it would
Right.
not put us under
Oh.
the 90%.
All we can do is what we want to do and then see if it falls in. You're
I
not
just
going to get a
wanted to make sure
guarantee
that
of
it was sustainable for that and that, you know, we could do it.
The RDC will sunset one day.
Yeah, we know that, but
What page is
I'm
it?
concerned about now. No,
So that's the additional dispatch position, but then the public safety program manager is the other new position. And is that the one that you're suggesting, part-time, Jim?
Yes,
The public safety
yes,
program manager,
yes. Which budget is that in?
1222.
Yeah, it's in 1226.
to be honest,
Oh,
Bernie has trouble finding IT-type people for the salary he pays. I'm not sure how we'd find a part-time person on that. Would it be difficult, John?
It will be.
And I know you have things come up all the time, not in the daytime, you know, different times.
Correct, yeah, it's going to be,
And,
it's
right,
24/7 on
So we
call.
kind of need, would this person be available 24/7 if there was some kind of emergency or something? Which you can't do that with part-time.
Because it doesn't put us upside down in the surcharge fund. And we're still lobbying, or we're still going to the State House to double our surcharge. So, I mean, not that it's going to happen, but
Double it?
we may not see a true double out of it, but we would see a very good portion of that.
And John, I do think you did this, but just to clarify for the record, because it's come up a lot today. When you calculated your 3%, you did back out the 27th
what?
pay first, right?
So I forgot my
I think
line
you
that I was going to
did.
use. There's two great pieces of news for you. Number one, I used my 26 pays in 2026 to figure out my thing, and I'm not going to talk about urine. So
Okay, well, that's always a plus.
Actually, it's in our packet where I'm not going to name employees, but all employees got at least 3%, but there's some that have 5%, so it's over the 3%.
those are the matrix increases. As
Matrix
years. It should be at the bottom of your summary sheet. The orange, well, it's orange on mine, but the very, you go to our, you go to our salary where it has all the salaries listed, and you go to the very bottom, there's a guide down there that shows the step increases.
Okay.
And that's where you're seeing those people. Now, not all of those people get that increase at the beginning of the year because it's when they hit their next year. So some of them are in April, some of them aren't until October. So, but I have to budget fully for those positions because to try and budget them
For a
based on.
partial year is, yeah. But you're not going to spend it.
Right.
Until their anniversary.
Correct. So what you're seeing is the max salary that person would earn if they were getting their step increase on January 1.
I apologize, but I don't remember the matrix in the past.
It's probably been something that's been there the whole time I've been on this.
It's at least 3 years we've used it.
I remember when he.
It's expanded over the years, but it's similar to what
Are we talking
the
that
department
makes,
does.
that makes sense to me because sheriff has their
Yeah.
matrix.
Yeah,
And it does, it comes as 5%, so thank you for clarifying that for me.
Yep. So yeah, no, I'm not trying to.
Well, they brought it up to me, so.
Yeah, I'm not trying to pull
Well, I was like,
buddies.
Well, John,
Yes.
if we aren't willing to do a full position, a new position for the program manager, but we were willing to put money into the part-time, would that work for you at all for a year?
No, I mean, because I'm going to be I'm still going to be chasing my tail.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to get somebody that is probably going to know what they need to know, and 28 hours a week isn't going to be enough. This is an exempt position because of what it deals with, but I'm not going to be able to do what I need to do over the next year and a half to get them fully functional in all of these things. And it'd be great to have somebody fall into our laps that would be willing to do that, but when I advertise it, I'm probably not going to get public safety people.
Greg Garitas, do you have handy the sustainability? So we moved around rates, right, to make 911 sustainable because we knew for years it was not sustainable. And so now that we've allocated them more revenue to make them sustainable for what was already happening, by adding a new position like this, does that pencil out in this sustainability? Or does it go back to a net negative?
Well, the new, John, the new position shouldn't be in 1222. It should be in 1235.
But we've swapped spots all over the place.
But your 174, I have you possibly negative in 26 by 70,000. I have you negative in 27 by 5,000.
So are you also including the $150,000 in 1222? That's a one-time cost. The one-time.
That are a one-time cost or revenue?
One-time cost. It's the police protocol.
The software.
I'm using your budget 1686 or 26.
Okay.
Your 1686 that shows up here.
You're using my 2026 budget for 2027?
No. I'm using your 26 budget for a 1686 and I get a negative 70. I'm using your 1171 27 budget in 1222 and you're negative 5.
Do you have me in 1222 or 1235?
Well,
what the directors
you have in your budget, you have a director of 105 in 1222.
So
I'm,
yeah, and that's we're in 1222.
right.
And we've moved everybody around. So
Right.
So we're short $60,000.
It's in 1222, you're still 2 months.
Does that include the 90-10 surcharge or 90-10 split that we get? Usually about $100,000.
You're getting about 1,250,000 in 25. You got 1,250,000, and I use 1,240,000, so I could be 10,000. But you're too strong in 1222. So the position should be in 1235. If I'm answering your question.
If we're going to do.
Yeah, I think so. So.
Either way, it doesn't. Yeah.
But the position is up to the council.
Right.
Funded 1235.
But it's not sustainable, is what I'm
No, it's not sustainable.
In 1235, if you put that in, it will now be over revenues. And then the projection is it will move to new lit in 2029. So it is over the amount of revenues projected 2027.
And so you'd be talking about creating new income tax revenue under the new income tax structure to fund it, which means raising the income taxes to cover it in the future.
Or proportionally reproportioning the allocation.
Like we already did.
But he does have, at the end of 2027, we have 1.2 million in balance in 1235. And it's going to depend on his 2028. If he grows it like we think he's going to grow it, then with Houston, we have a problem.
Okay. Does anybody have any thoughts they want to share on that in council? Because if the council's will is to add the new dispatch position and add a public safety program manager, then, you know, Jim and I were just talking, maybe we should talk to the RDC about absorbing the public safety program manager instead of the dispatcher. Leave the dispatcher here, knowing that it might not get filled. We might have someone return to work and might not need that dispatcher. Any thoughts?
And in the long run, that's one position, right? I mean, it's going to be, it may be
Basically.
two, but if the person comes back, it'll go to one.
Correct.
When you get 18 months from now and get, maybe you cross off 25 of the 27 projects or whatever your number is.
These are all ongoing.
Yeah.
This isn't something that's just going to stop. Growth is one of the more, 911 is one of the more difficult things to handle growth just because of constantly changing borders, constantly changing population, the number of calls, the number of police officers that are on the road, that increases our workload. But we want to hire the dispatch position because we want to get back to full strength. We want to hire the other position because we know that our technology is not going to stop.
Which in turn hurts public safety. Delays responses. Delays.
If our technology fails, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
It only stands to reason, we're one of the fastest growing
We are.
counties in the state. So you're going to increase your workload because of all the new population. And
yeah.
we
And
have to recognize that.
without going into detail, I missed a couple things over the last couple months that needed to be done.
You know, that's the thing that concerns me. This is E911, when people call when they're in an emergency. And we can't have something, our system going down, nobody to jump in and do whatever needs to be done to it. That really concerns me.
Greg, if we're removing the one position potentially to the RDC, that makes up the difference, correct? The 60.
Yeah, if we're taking out 1222, that would help.
The dispatch position. That would put us almost, that would put us
gone for a little while.
So,
But he can't answer the RDC question.
We're not going to wait for you. Tell me not to wait for it.
I guess my thought is this directly leads to public safety, and I'd rather make cuts elsewhere versus reducing public safety. And then electronics only get more complicated if we have, heaven forbid, some type of cyber attack that not only hits us or Indiana. This person could be the person that leads the response to that to get us back online. I would lean, and I know there's going to be some funding challenges, but I think in this case, I would be open to trying to solve that.
Well, the funding, this isn't the general fund. This is a separate fund.
No, that's.
So when he said it wasn't sustainable, that to me is a red flag. And other than that, if it was sustainable, I'd be with you, Clerk. I mean, I think when something's not sustainable, you have an income coming into you as running your budget. You have to stay in your budget and make those tough decisions.
I get that, but respectfully, if your husband's having a heart attack, your daughter is, whoever, that's a big red flag because it's offline for some reason.
I know, but they've got there's tons of employees.
But if the whole system goes down, there's a problem.
We're talking about one employee, I think.
Oh, I'm talking about the IT.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not talking about IT. I'm talking about the one employee where, it's his, he's got a budget. He's got to be sustainable. He's got to figure out make those tough decisions. I wish you would do it instead of for us, because it's gonna be, I mean, that should be yours. You should come in and say, this is sustainable, here's my budget. We're like, yep, green flag, go ahead. Because that's all that matters to me, is it's sustainable with the tax revenue that you're getting to, that's, you know.
Well, if the council wants a position funded, if the RDC can cover it, then that takes it out of the, are we raising income taxes to pay for this in a couple of years? Because if the RDC can cover it, then it is sustainable, then no, you're not raising taxes to pay for it.
Here comes Gary.
Yes, it takes a village, please, all of
Yes,
you.
it does.
I'm just waiting for the sheriff to walk up behind me, so.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Now,
Looking at you.
the sheriff has an IT-related position in his budget that we gave him. It was filled. Unfortunate circumstances, we lost that person. It's never been refilled. And the sheriff does intend, it remains in his budget, and he intends to fill that. But that's the sheriff's position. He has a lot of his own gear that needs maintained. But is there any portion of...
So we talked about this, because actually the position I think that you're talking was under IT.
It was, and I think
so
it belongs in the sheriff's
neither one of us
budget.
were paying for that, and it never really worked out, obviously, the way it was intended to work out. And we discussed the fact of trying to do it under one person, but there's gonna be too much work.
Yeah.
For this, because again, our stuff, the more reliance on technology, there you are. The more reliance on technology, the more this position is going to be used.
I know if we create
So-
one position and give it to you,
Yeah.
that the sheriff will never see that guy. So that's not what I'm
Oh, no.
suggesting.
Right, no.
But, but if the sheriff ends up filling the position he has, and Jim suggested part-time, could there be some compilation of him helping with radios and then some part-time? Or
Again, then when the sheriff's department has bigger needs, then I'm still doing what I'm doing now. My deputy director is still doing what he's doing now, and that still continues to lead to both of us working 50 to 60 hours a week. So that's, I understand it. I understand the desire not to hire another employee. Trust me, I don't want to hire more employees, because more employees cause more problems. Just ask Andrea.
That is true.
This is one of the few times that I've ever come to the council and said, this is a need. This is one of the few times I've ever really just stood behind what I believe in and said, this is a need. And if you don't feel it's a need, if you want to try and do it as one person, I'm going to go with it because that's my job. But I want to have somebody there, because again, if I can get somebody from the dispatch world to come and do this job, I all of a sudden then have another backup call taker. This is, we run long on our records requests right now, because we just, we're responding within the 7 days saying, hey, we got it. But it's sometimes taking us close to 2-3 weeks to respond to some of these insurance companies, attorneys' offices, and things like that. That's not how we want to be viewed. So these are things that can come off of us. And if that person is then on vacation, then we do that. Both of us are going to still remain on call 24/7, because that's our jobs. We don't shut down. So it's like I said, I thought I put together a pretty good budget with moving everything around to make sure that we were within what I felt was a good number. But like I said, there's a one-time purchase in there for next year for $150,000. That will go away after the first year. Then the maintenance comes out of the lit. So I think that fund is sustainable, especially if I do my job as a 911 director and get our state house, state senators and representatives to increase the surcharge. Because I have a concern about what's going to happen to our lit. And so that's what we're fighting for.
Okay, so Greg, if we got one of these positions out of here, then
We are break even, and John is dealing with 1222. The rate has not changed for 15.
Yeah.
We've been getting 1250 in there the whole time. 1,250,000. It's ridiculous.
Okay. And then before I make a motion on 1222, is there anything that we should consider relative to 1235, even though it's in its own fund? Before I make a motion on 1222, do you have anything to comment on that?
No, 1235 will make it, and John just has to manage it. The 28 and 29 will do the foretelling.
Okay. Well, and
Could I?
Yes,
Before
please,
you make
please.
a motion. On the 150,000 software for the protocol question system?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that something, Greg, that if that's a one-time charge, it's not ongoing? Could we do that out of like food and beverage?
Yeah, but I heard John say it's one time coming out of 1222, but it's moving to 1235.
The maintenance of it will come out of 1235. So yeah, it's one-time purchase. Well, but no, it's not 150,000.
How much?
It's I think it adds another like $8,000 to my maintenance contract.
Okay, so yes, the 150 could go to food and beverage, help 1222 in 2027.
So we might want to do that just to make it more sustainable. Maybe. Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I think Gary Poole's saying it's cutting it close to ask the RDC to.
I wanted to go read, read.
It's doable, but cutting it close.
It doesn't take into account the EDA payments, though. There's an option. So you are trying to save $800,000, so that's an option.
And you included a number with benefits. If we
Yes, of
didn't try to
course.
budget the benefits,
Yes, with benefits. So right here, we are at 90% bill rate in year 2031.
wait, 90% pass.
90% pass, yeah. Which is,
Yeah.
from the elected officials want me to keep us.
Yes, yeah. That's Monte Carlo, right?
The commissioners want you to keep above that.
Okay, I'll make a motion and just see
Don't
what
say the
happens. Anybody have
council.
any other questions
Sure,
before I
sure.
make a motion?
No.
Okay.
No, we're falling quickly behind.
Oh, we were already-
This should not have been a 10-minute discussion.
Okay, sometimes they are.
I'm gonna make a
Sometimes
motion.
they are.
Never.
I'm gonna make a motion on Fund 1222 to approve with the exception of the Public Safety Program Manager, only because I'd like for John to present that to the RDC. We've said for a while the RDC would absorb the next 911 employee, hopefully. So I'd like that presented there. If the RDC turns you down, I would come back here to talk about it again. So that's my motion, as presented with the exclusion of the Public Safety Program Manager to be discussed with the RDC.
I'll second that.
Could I have one discussion?
Yeah, we have a motion, a second, any discussion?
Yes. The thing about the employee that was discussed a month or two ago, is that monetarily into the RDC's budget?
Gary's went through all that.
Yes, yeah, it's all in here. It's all in here.
It's in there, but
It's going to depend, like you said, it's because we have two interim
is in
supervisors
addition to that.
and things like that, I still need
that safety net.
the money over here. The position itself, that's up to you, if that's.
No, we would ask that if you fill a position and end up with someone not returning to work, that you come back here before you fill that position.
We wouldn't do that. No, that's
So the
because,
safety net it's still in the budget. The
It's in
safety
there.
net is still in RDC's budget.
it's in mine too. I mean,
Not the RDC
that's the other
budget.
portion
No,
of
it's
this,
not
is
in the
if
RDC
if you house both of those
It's not in the
positions.
RDC budget. No.
It's not. It's not being moved into the RDC.
Well, what I'm saying is,
Potential to move it there.
Well, yeah, that's not the safety manager's position. I'm talking about something totally different.
I'm suggesting that the extra dispatch positions stay in this budget and that the public safety program manager be requested of the RDC as an ongoing.
Yeah, I don't.
That's my motion.
And I seconded that.
I would rather see it reversed, but that's just
Well,
me.
I
so.
know, but we prefer it.
Because
Jim and I
That
prefer
way.
it this way.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the 1222 fund as presented with the exception of Public Safety Program Manager being taken out. And RDC discussion.
For further RDC discussion.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Yes.
Okay, so
I oppose.
I have 5 yays and 2 noes, Robin Louder and Clark Smith.
I just oppose because I think we should
And
flip them. Because I
I'd
assume
like
you want
to-
to flip them because you want to hire right now.
Well, I wouldn't hire until 20, well,
It's ASAP.
This is a 2027 request. Yeah, yeah, 6 months.
All right, what's next?
Okay, so then you're moving on to fund.
1235.
Could I?
Yeah.
Let me try to help alleviate the pressure on his fund 1222 that we, I'd make a motion that we move the $150,000 one-time expense for protocol to food and beverage.
I have a motion to amend our last motion to move the, on 1222, software item of $150,000 to food and beverage. That's your motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I'm not clear what we're doing.
Okay.
There's a one-time expense.
Right.
On page 1 of his section at the bottom, one-time expense of
Yeah, I see it,
150.
150.
We're going to talk, the motion's to move that to food and beverage, that one-time
It
expense.
was not an expense last year. It's a one-time additional expense.
correct.
And that would have to probably
So
be
move it to food and
advertised.
beverage.
That would help to make his
Yeah, but this is for
sustainability
2027, so
Right.
we could do it anytime.
Work,
got
work.
skewed by one.
We do it next year.
Budget.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll second Jim's motion.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've had your motion second, and I had discussion.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Okay, not hearing any. I have a motion, a second on the table to move these, to amend our previous motion, approving 1222, to move the software amount of $150,000 out of the 1222 and move it for food and beverage for 2027. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Any other amendments to 1222 or move forward to 1235?
I move we approve 1235 as written.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve 1235 lit PSEP fund as presented. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay.
And that should do it for 911
You okay?
after 40 minutes.
RDC has to say.
Yep.
If you get a no, you can come back and let us know about it.
Seems to be.
All right, next up is
Confident,
the extension office that was supposed to be set at 10:40. Amanda Gray, we apologize for the delay. That's all I can say. Apologize to everybody that's going to come forward for delays.
I move we approve the extension office budget as written.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve as written. I do have a question, any discussion, I have a question. Janitorial supplies is going up $500 from 1,000 to 1,500.
Yes. We only have someone cleaning our office once a week, and we have several educational programs throughout the week, people in and out of our office, and we're not able to keep up with the once a week. I figured it would be more affordable for us to just purchase some of our janitorial supplies, and
Okay.
we're doing it ourselves, so I mean, you can't argue with that, right? We're not asking for more cleaning services.
All right, I appreciate that. They gave you something that you came for time. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Health Department, Crystal Baker.
I move we approve Health 59 as written.
I do want to ask a question. Do you have any employees that work from home?
No.
Everybody's.
Yeah, everybody
full-time
comes
in
into
their
the office, yes.
There was a question about whether the office is always open during specific hours, which I think begged the question if anyone worked at home. Does the office have standard hours where it's always open?
Oh, yeah, 8 to 4, Monday through Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Someone's always there.
Yes.
Accessible. Okay. I'll second Jim's motion to approve as presented.
All right, I have a motion, a second to approve 1159. Any other discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Next fund?
Next one is 1161.
I move we approve Fund 1161 as written.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Yes. The clothing uniforms, you've added a line item for that. Look like 1,500. I don't think you had that before.
I don't remember adding it, but
It's a 100% increase. It was.
okay, well then I guess I did.
The 1161, page 1.
I know there was a time where offices kind of went rampant on all wanting matching shirts to wear into work. And some offices, I understand the need, if they are out in the field, they need to be identified as soon as they
Yes.
approach. Is that where this is coming from?
That is exactly where that's coming from. Like, I have food inspectors that go out to restaurants that are just in,
We don't
you
want
know,
them plain clothes.
Yeah.
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 And so
That
we
makes
just,
perfect sense.
yeah, we've kind of fallen behind on that. And so, yes, that's exactly where that came
You
from.
never know where our tough questions are going to come from.
Right?
All right, I have a motion, second. Any other discussion? All those in favor to approve Fund 1161 as presented, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank
Next-
you for paying for the navigator out of
Oh,
Fund
you're very welcome.
1161.
You're welcome.
I move we approve Fund 1206 as written.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve Fund 1206. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Fund 4100.
I make a motion that we approve 4,100 as written.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve Fund 4100. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
How many funds do you have?
Fund 8908. How many funds does she have?
I move we approve Fund
That's funny.
8908 as presented.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to approve Fund 8908. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Next fund, 8909.
I'll make a motion to approve Fund 8909 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve Fund 8909 as presented. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Fund 8955, CARES Act.
I do have a question on this one. So this you don't get money in anymore, right?
Right.
This is an old fund, it carries a balance, you don't
Yes.
get money in it.
Correct.
Thanks.
So operating expenses, is that equal to about what's in the fund? I don't have my,
No, it's about half of what's in the fund.
half of what's
Yeah.
in the fund?
Yeah.
And then you obviously don't want to put anything that needs sustained in that fund.
Correct.
But do you look for one-time expenditures or multi-year expenditures that aren't perpetual to pay out of that, or what do you do?
Yeah, that's kind of, yeah. Yes, that's what we do. I try to balance between, using county funds, because, we still need those, and then with the Health First dollars, it changed a lot of things.
Yeah.
And so we have quite a bit of funding left in that, but that is not a guaranteed fund either. And so, yeah, we look at different things, and it's another reason why, we don't put in for technology for the CCD or anything like that, because we can typically fund that through our own budgets, so.
I move we approve Fund 8955 as
Second
written.
it.
I have a motion and a second to approve Fund 8955. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you for your patience.
Was
Thank
Robin
you.
a second on that last one?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
She is now. Highway, come on up, Mr. Poole.
You're behind, so I'll be quick. I put something in front of you showing what you're spending your money on and what my exposures are. The only real change in bridge is I added a salary employee into there, pulled it out of MVH regular. We do a lot of works on bridges, and that takes pressure out of my MVH fund.
I have a question. What about your consulting fees? The 15,000, where is that?
We'll cover that when we get to RDC.
I move
That's the
we
RDC budget.
approve Fund 1135,
hold
Coon
on.
Bridge.
I'll second it, but then I'd like to see what the auditor's question is.
All right, I have a motion and a second, but we have some discussion, so please go
Yeah,
ahead.
so we have an email from State Board of Accounts that says we cannot put that employee in there unless you can specifically show us what projects they're working on.
We can.
Thank
We have the DES numbers for it.
you.
Yeah, that's a pretty big issue, State Board of Accounts.
We have survived them for a decade and a half now, you and me. But yes, we have the DES numbers for federal aided counts. Should be easy to say. She works on these.
Thank you.
All right, is there any other discussion on Fund 1135? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Fund next to discuss is 1169.
I move we approve Fund 1169 as written.
I second it.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? You have a big increase in this fund for asphalt.
Yeah, if I get money in there, I try to build roads with it. So as things go, I try to spend it down to our working capital amount.
Okay, so the money's there. Got it.
If I have money, I build a road for you.
All right.
Can you loan some of that asphalt to Greenfield?
No.
Shelby.
I know you have. I know there's too many potholes for you, but we can't do that.
Greenfield did volunteer to pave the road south of this building.
No, my street is now,
Well, notice that.
it's been
It's all about
scrubbed.
Jim.
It's ready for the new stuff.
Just the
I think they're
crater in
hunting
front of
asphalt.
Steak and Shake. That's
Call
all I
them.
care about. Have you been to Steak and Shake? There's a chuck hole as big as all
I
the
move
world.
we approve 1169.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second, and the discussion is going a little bit about Greenfield. So we'll have to all go to Greenfield and complain about the roads there.
Had them redo that road 5 or 6 years ago, and here it is back again.
All right, so we're going to approve Fund 1169 as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Fund 1173.
I move we approve Fund 1173 as written.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve 1173 as presented. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. 1176.
I move we approve Fund 1176.
I second it.
I have a motion and a second to approve 1176. No issue there, Madam Auditor? Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, next fund is
RDC.
No, we got 86.
I have an 8960.
8960.
Oh, that's senior services.
Yep.
That's
So I'm
also-
going to skip down to senior services because that's the next one on my sheet.
So moved.
8916, amount of $600,000.
No, we don't have a contract with them, so we might not spend that money, but if you want the option, this is what it
My
is.
question, we don't have a contract yet, do we?
We do not have a contract with them.
We approve it. Do you know what the 27 estimate's going to be? Will it say 600?
Typical of, it's 600, yes.
Okay. I move we
With a
approve
30
Oh, we have a
11.
we have a
We have a
motion. Mr. Fisk made a motion. I haven't had a second yet.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve Fund 8916, the Hancock County Senior Services. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign, motion carries. And then RDC, is that a separate section? Yes. RDC. What if I
No,
get-
two things were talked about in here. One, I do not have the request that you talked about earlier about the 911 person on my stuff. We also have not discussed the stipend. That would be inappropriate for me to put the stipend in there for myself.
I just was checking on you.
Could you tell the public about the Buck Creek distribution?
The Buck Creek distribution is payments to the fire department.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people ask about that all the
Yeah,
time.
we
What
pay
are
the fire
doing?
department a certain
Yeah,
amount
we
next
signed
year.
a
Fund
3-year
46.
MOU.
The new agreement is for the next 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah, we signed an MOU.
All right, we are in Fund 4616. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve Fund 4616 with the exception of line item 36705, which is highway consultant. I'd like to move that to 50,000.
50?
50?
50, 50?
50,000.
You okay, Jim? I said, are you okay? I agree.
I'll second
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Well, this is the money that the RDC pays to our highway consultant.
Yes.
And
Rather
if
than raise
we,
the general.
if they had to go out and contract for that, it would probably be at least double what it is. And you wouldn't have as good a consultant as we have.
And Kent can tell you, he does a lot of work for RDC.
Yes.
do you want to add a placeholder in your motion for the dispatch or the 911?
Oh, yes.
You
Yes,
do?
yes,
Okay.
yes, yes. Thank you.
I'll let you.
Well, I'm going to change my second if.
Yeah, do you want to,
Let's go
Let's
back.
do this.
you want to retract the motion? And then
All right. Do you want to retract your motion?
You want to
Make a
add
new one?
the.
I would like to add to my motion
Okay, go ahead.
a line item for, what
We're
was
gonna
the name
combine
of
them.
it? Public,
Public safety. Did we have a second?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who
I
seconded?
seconded it. So why don't you finish the first motion and we'll have another motion on the additional individual.
okay.
I'll have to do another amendment. All right, let's slow down. There's a motion.
Yeah, let's.
Well, we're
Seconds,
behind.
okay, I know, we'll catch up, don't worry. I have a motion and a second to change, to approve 4616 with the change of highway consultant being 50,000. Is there any discussion? I noticed that in the past, they don't pay much in that line. It was only 3634.
It was 35, yeah.
So that was the only thing I thought. Okay, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, same, aye. 6-1.
And I'll,
I vote no because we got to do the motions right.
That's fine.
Okay,
right,
now, amendment. I need an amendment to this motion.
Okay, an amendment to the motion would be to add to Fund 4616, a line item for Public Safety Program Manager at $79,729 salary.
And that was from the 911, E911 discussion.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a.
Now, is it the program manager or the dispatcher we're talking about?
program manager.
Public
Okay, I
safety
just want to be
manager.
sure
Yeah.
because that's what needs to be in there.
All right, I have
Do we
a
wanna add
motion
I will
to amend it. And I have a second. So we have a motion on the table.
Well, I wasn't quite done with my motion.
Oh, you weren't done.
Oh, sorry.
Plus benefits.
Oh,
That's a no, that's a given, isn't it?
Well, that's, yeah.
Gary, what was the number that you used on the public safety dispatcher when you included
110.
benefits? 110?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second to add, oh, I forget what he said.
Public safety
Public
program
safety-
manager
public
at
safety manager.
110K for inclusion of benefits.
Inclusion benefits, 110K.
Yeah, plus bennies.
So,
And now, any discussion?
yes.
Go ahead.
I've got some
It'll
discussion.
have to be approved by the RDC. I can't approve that.
Yeah, the RDC will
I was
have-
going to say, a couple
yeah,
things.
we'll have to approve it.
Are we 100% sure that this is legal to add?
Yeah,
that
I just
the
talked to
thing?
Greg about that. This is a law enforcement. We can't pay operational expenses.
Okay, even though that they cover the whole county, even though they cover the whole county, we can cover all that expense.
It is a law enforcement. The police we pay out of there also cover the whole county.
Okay. Secondly, this hasn't been presented yet through the commissioners for the RDC budget.
Correct. I
Council
did
can't
not.
present this to the RDC. Can't.
Well, the RDC does not have to spend it. They can allocate. You can make an allocation, but it's the RDC's decision to
I'm
spend
just trying
it.
to get procedural done right.
I think you're okay. I think you're okay operational wise for a law enforcement expense. Still, the RDC would have to spend the money. The council can appropriate it, but the RDC will have to decide to spend
Because
it.
the commissioners will have to be able to vote on this also at some
Yes.
point, okay? Then third, let me ask a question, because this is a ongoing scenario. You're following commissioner's protocol on 90%. What's the difference in money between 85% and 90%?
Well, and just so you know, he said it came in at 97 versus 98%.
I was wrong, though. I forgot to have the State Road 9. I'm having a placeholder there for State Road 9.
Okay.
It's a policy issue.
Yeah, it's policy, and risk costs money.
Yes.
So let me play a game. So you see the 90% and squared in here? I'm going to just add a cost here. Say if I added another. One for Greg. He does this all.
What does a million make it?
I don't have my mouse, so it's a little slower. Million's not good. It takes it to 46. Hold on.
So
Need it
500,000.
right here.
Take my word for it. I won't lie to you about the number. Hold on.
Yeah, you're going to have to tell me.
Right, 200,000.
Well, Kent?
What's 200,000?
That takes you 81%, 200,000.
Okay, and then this is in assuming no additional tax revenue.
Yeah, so it takes the standard deviations of the revenues we project versus what we get over the last pass. So this is not anticipating new tax revenue, but it is, remember when Jason Simler and them are working, they're anticipating, you can see at the top here, they're anticipating increases in revenue here. So whatever's been built, we're anticipating. Anything that's not built, we're not anticipating.
All right, so no new nothing. It's
No
not
new nothing.
anticipated. Okay, so any
No, I only count if we
additional
got it.
is on top. Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to keep track of what the future we spend. This was an unincorporated expenditure, and then where it takes our percentages. And then it also highlights the fact that we may have to include additional companies in the future in the area.
I remember the school that we were going to drop the negotiation for we helped them out for an extra $1 million this year, was they were going to forego their payments over the next few years.
Right.
I'm trying to keep those in there.
Okay.
Jack will be at the next meeting asking for $350,000.
All right.
So you're at 90%. That risk costs you about $250,000 per 5%.
Well, I'm not against putting the person in there. I just want to make sure that procedurally everything is done, and if we can, if Lisa Lee comes back and says no, you can't take the whole amount of this person,
of course,
when we can back out of that some of that. So
yes, okay,
it's just the way it is.
Yeah, all to be clear, we're not approving moving forward. We're not saying the RDC will do it. We're just creating a line item to say we approve if the RDC approves of hiring that person.
Okay.
Correct.
Yep.
It's in the budget.
Any additional discussion?
Yes, please. Gary, could you explain to me the difference between the stipend and the highway consultant?
They're the same.
They're the same?
Yeah, they're the same.
So the highway consultant is, would be in place of that stipend, so that's.
Can't pay him out of that line. That's not a salary line.
Oh, well, then it needs to be, that's the intent is to use it for that, so maybe.
It needs to be stipend?
I
believe
so.
Oh, this last year, you are right. We made this error last year.
Yes, and I just
Here
wanted
we
to
are
make
doing
sure
it
that
again.
we were all on the same page with what that was for.
What, is it in the right line item or we need to move it?
I believe we need to put that in.
Same error last year.
I believe we need to put that in for stipend.
Under stipend.
Maybe next year.
I just wanted to make sure you're covered.
Jumped ahead.
Okay.
All right.
So that'll be a separate motion.
All right, so hold on, this is covered. Okay, I'll just take it. All right, I have a motion on the floor in a second to add, what's the job title again?
Public Safety Program Manager for $110K, which includes cost of benefits.
Okay, what she just said. I've had discussion. Any more? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Oh, sorry. Nay? All right, so vote is 6-1. All right, I'm going to make a motion to amend the 4616 Highway Consultant section of $50,000, taking it back to zero, and then changing the stipend number and putting it at $50,000. Before someone seconds, is that good with the auditor's office?
Yes, thank you.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion and a second to change the 4616 fund and take away the highway consultant back down to zero and moving the stipend to 50,000. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Anything else to deal with 4616?
Can I ask one more question, Gary?
Yes, you may.
The sheriff talked about the equipment. He's standing up right now.
Oh, yeah.
And so that money in there is available for him for
We have a total allowance for the sheriff for $455,000. He has 300 some odd for personnel, and I wanted to have a holder for the other money.
Okay.
So whether he wants to reappropriate that later or something, or do something else, but that is what the RDC agreed to, is $455,000 total. However the sheriff spends it should be up to him.
Okay, so you still need the other 100,000?
Not unless we have money set aside for the drone program.
But it could be used for if they get somebody if somebody.
Well, that's why I'm actually walking up here.
Okay. So.
Oh, because the amplify officer is not in this?
No.
Okay, so what we need to do is, the auditor we need to have a line item or something that the Amplify can reimburse RDC for the officer.
Have the money.
Yes.
You might have to move it around next year.
Okay, but there should, wherever it's set up, it's gonna run for 10 years, so.
So we want a line item in the RDC budget.
I don't know.
Use the regular pay items he has now, because he has deputy pay items in here. I don't know if it has to be different or not.
Is there monies in there to
I
support that position?
think to help us track that reimbursement, Mary, you might want to weigh in on this. I think that it should be specific to that position, have a line for that position to make sure that that's what we're reimbursing. You think so?
And I
That's
would
what I would
recommend
think.
you revert the equipment fund into whatever that line item is.
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
Then I would recommend that you take the equipment line item and swap that for whatever, or direct the auditor to adjust that to the amplified person.
Well, then he won't have the equipment money and we have to leave it in the other.
Well, then he needs to talk to the RDC about exceeding $455,000.
But it's reimbursable.
Yes, it's.
So it should net nothing. You just need somewhere to cash it.
It's a net.
Probably next
It's a net zero, but the money has to come out of something and go into something.
Right.
So.
You might chase that later then. Do you have anybody volunteering yet?
Date of somebody telling me would be Friday, but I have not had.
I don't know if we have enough information to make that.
Okay, but it's a net.
It's net zero.
It's a net zero to the thing. And so the original 100,000 that's in there is still available for your equipment. Because we're not spending that on an officer. Amplify is reimbursing anything that comes back. We've already put that in the budget, so.
Yes. You can take it out of CC.
Okay. The other item, though, that was thrown out is drone. The other name of the thing. So there was, what are we paying out of RDC for drone now?
We paid.
And that's part of that
this year, we paid a
450,000?
portion of it this year. But the full amount.
Is there an additional liability, everybody, is there additional liability to the RDC for drone?
Total agreed to liability from the RDC to the sheriff was $455,000.
Of which he has 101 left, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's for next year's appropriation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, after his payroll, he has 101 left. Now, if there's a net zero position, it'll be net zero, it won't affect that.
Right, but we had
on it.
discussion about the drone earlier when he was up there, and I didn't know if there was going to be an additional ask for
Obligation to the RDC
for the drone
that.
stuff for RDC.
If there is, I haven't added it into this budget.
Okay.
Other than the 100, some I just kept.
Well, I know, but if there is, I think we probably, we ought to go back and run it through the commissioners. And then feed it back into the RDC. I know. That's what I said. I think that's why I was asking you what the percentage, what happens to the risk when the percentage drops.
Now, I do believe Ms. Schreiber and I will be successful with some grant writing.
Okay.
But I can't promise that.
And you're 90% with the additional person, the safety.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I still think everything's okay, but I want the commissioners to be happy, You know what I mean? And go back through the system. And so if we're adding additional drone stuff, then,
Not adding, well, right now I'm not adding additional to what we already have.
okay, right. Oh,
Well, good.
I think we're okay.
Can I just ask, I just want to be clear, am I creating a line for,
Not
you're just
yet.
going to hold?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Let's get the numbers of what it needs to be, so you don't.
That makes-
Because
that
you'll have to
makes
do
more
it
sense.
twice otherwise.
Yeah, makes more sense. Thank you.
All right, Fund 4624.
I move we approve it as written.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve 4624 as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Whew. All right. I can turn the page finally. I think we're done.
Thank you.
I think we move on to Homeland Security.
Thanks,
Mark
Gary.
Elder.
Oh, no, thank you.
Thank you.
You have candy, the sheriff
Is
has a
that
gun.
lunch? Is that what you're
That's our
offering us?
lunch, since
Is your
lunch
offering-
period's
Oh,
almost
wait a
over.
minute, come back here.
Yeah, here's the lunch menu and requests if we ever do it. Wait.
There.
You got there. I'll take that.
She took the big one,
All right,
that one.
Homeland Security.
Hey,
all right.
I'm almost the oldest except for Jim.
All right, General Fund 1001, I think the only thing that stood out to me was the equipment maintenance and repair expense increase.
Correct. That is for, I am proposing to add a maintenance agreement for the outdoor warning sirens. We've not had that in the past. That would cover 35 sirens. What that would do is a company would come in at the beginning of the storm season before we get into that, open up every control panel on the sirens, make sure that there's nothing wrong that needs to be taken care of, check the battery voltage, check for any loose wiring, check for anything that's gotten into the cabinet, rodents, things like that.
What do we
making sure
do
that-
now?
There's not been any program in place at this time.
There's no maintenance.
realize that.
So if it stops, then
I'm sorry.
you do something.
Yeah, the way it's basically if something's been reported as not working, we call in a vendor to come in and repair it. This would take care of hopefully that going forward.
You don't have any system, any technology now that would alert you that something's not working? A person would have to notice it's not working?
There's some of the sirens that are two-way communication, but it just tells that it's communicated to the siren and sent a message back. That doesn't tell us that it rotated. It doesn't tell us that it actually sounded.
Okay. And then you wanted to add a siren, was that right?
Yes, but that's in the capital, but I made a mistake because I had 2 weeks basically to put my budget together, so I'm begging
Yeah,
for
sure
some.
do, I get it.
I'm begging for some forgiveness, and I'll explain that in a minute. I did also add 10,000 for repair. I'm estimating that there's probably going to be some repairs that are going to be needed on these sirens because there hasn't been a maintenance program in place, so that could be high. And if it is, we'll have it at the end of the year. And if it could be low, and I may need to come back and say, I don't have enough. But I just want to be forthcoming with you that money is in there for that. So I came in early on purpose because this is my first budget hearing with the county. I found out that one of our vehicles, the lease is up, the Ford F-150, January of 2027.
How many vehicles do you have?
We have two primary vehicles. Myself, I have one, and the deputy director has one, and then we have a reserve vehicle, a Tahoe. The F-150 is what the lease is coming due on. And the Tahoe that we have that's a reserve, we share it with the 911 staff as a backup. So if one of the ones are out of service for maintenance, mechanical, it's used as a pool vehicle, basically.
How old is that vehicle?
The one the lease is up on, or the?
No, the extra one, the third one that you have, the extra that you share with the
Honestly, I
911.
don't know.
It's getting pretty old, right?
But I don't, I can't, I would be guessing if I told you.
So in CCD, when you had 21,600, that's intended to continue a lease payment that is no more?
No, that's to continue the lease on the Tahoe that was purchased last year.
Okay, how many years are left on that?
I can tell you that. So the 2025 Tahoe, it ends in June of 2030.
Okay. That's what's in CCD. That's the payment on that one. Till
Yes.
June of 2030.
So I did not budget because I didn't realize it was up. What I would suggest, because I know money is going to be tight, as I did plan for another siren in there up in and around the Buck Creek Township area. I think we could forego that one more year and use that money to plan on at your direct, and the commissioners in yours direction, as either leasing another similar vehicle, buying the current one that we have outright because it has very low mileage on it for that age of a vehicle, or researching what the cost in doing what's the most fiscally responsible.
How many miles do you estimate you put on a vehicle, that particular vehicle a year?
The current one that's upcoming due, it only has 41,000. So he's been putting about 6,900 miles a year on it.
Would you bring back to us your cost to just buy out? Do you like that vehicle? Would you keep it if?
I believe he likes that vehicle. It's very functional because that vehicle serves a purpose that it's able to tow the trailers that we have that have hazmat supplies in it that we use for both training purposes to take it to local fire departments to support the local emergency planning committee. It also has the ability to take it out on larger hazardous materials incident because it carries some decontamination equipment on it, as well as hazardous material, booms, absorbent material, things like that.
I like the idea of possibly buying that as opposed to releasing or buying a new vehicle if the residual on it is reasonable.
I can get that information and bring that information back to you.
If you were adding a siren like you propose here, where would that be?
It would be up around the amplifier area. I have a map. I can't get to it right now, but there is a gap up there right now, and that's what would be my recommendation.
But you're saying you could put that off for a year.
I think we could one more year.
Okay.
And also, I would take that year to research some maybe grant opportunities if there are. I don't know that there's any grant opportunities for outdoor warning sirens, but we could look at that.
Well, and if it's proximity to amplify, you might even expand into the education grants and see if there's any safety-related education grant.
So back on the equipment maintenance and repairs, that 43,000, would that be a yearly expense?
The 20,000 would be, so real quick, the 20,000 would be when I negotiated the agreement, or I didn't negotiate, but I got an agreement, Federal Field Services provided an agreement for 3 years. If it's approved, that would be for 3 years annually. So the 20,000 would be an annual occurrence.
Annual.
The 10,000, I would adjust that accordingly going forward. If it needs to be higher for future budgets, then I would come and plan on that. If it needs to be less on what we find out this first year, then I would adjust that line item accordingly for each future budget.
And then, sorry, go ahead.
So that line item, if we approve it for the your maintenance agreement and put in some money for repairs, would become what, like 30,000 instead of 43? Or is there something?
Well, there
else
was an
going on?
existing 13,000 in there for the vehicle
Okay, that's
maintenance,
where it's
things
coming
like that,
from.
and the other equipment that we have.
Okay. Well, I don't see having the sirens if we don't have maintenance on them. I mean, that's
No idea.
crazy.
Well, like waiting for somebody to notice, that's a terrible,
That's
how
the
do you,
wrong
you don't
time.
know what you don't know, that it's not working. And then the liability, the potential liability if somebody was hurt. My question is, was the 27th pay backed out of the director's salary before the 3% was
No,
added?
I know that and the deputy director.
Which you're new,
both.
you wouldn't know about
So the
that.
way I did it, I took the salary offer that I was given, and I added 3% to it in my budget, so I
Oh,
don't
you went
know.
off of, you didn't go off of okay.
I went off what I was told we got a
What
3%.
was your,
I had 87,603 and 27,438.
I think there was some adjustments made to that salary and that job description based on some of the extra duties that were being done.
Oh, okay.
So I think it was that, this is what he's getting paid this year, and then he did the 3%.
Okay, okay. I just wanted to make sure. We've had a lot today where people didn't back out at 27th pay and the numbers were off. So now what about your deputy director? Is that
That I don't know. I went off.
27,436.
27,436?
Oh, that's possible.
And I will also say is our salaries are reimbursed by the state 50%. In fact, we just got the disbursement from the state last month in the amount of $54,219 as part of the Emergency Management Performance Grant.
Oh, wonderful.
Wow. I think the maintenance thing would be more reimbursable.
So I'll move.
Yeah, they get reimbursed.
Go ahead.
That was the other thing I got.
I move we approve Homeland Security with the exception, as written, with the exception of line item 11903, that becomes 27,436.
I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion and a second, but I already know. Any comments?
Okay, just for all you newbies, the reason probably there was never a maintenance program is because the sirens are new. So a few years ago, probably before you guys were on, the original sirens were, so we replaced them and added some new ones. It was a $2 million project. And I don't know, it probably was, since they were brand new, there probably wasn't some. And I was under the understanding when we did that the sirens would tell us if they weren't live.
Yeah, that's, I remember that also.
That's my understanding at that, because the problem was when they went out and checked all the sirens,
They weren't.
30% of them wasn't operating, and so the new system was to allow us to know if something wasn't operating with the thing. Now, you're right, it doesn't tell you if every light is perfect and every rotation is right and all that, but it would tell us if the unit would be able to send a signal back or not.
I'll call for the question.
Any other comments? All right, now hearing all those in favor of approving Fund 1001 with the change of the Hancock County Homeland Security Deputy Director going from 27,463 to 27,436, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign, motion carries. All right,
I
Fund
move-
1152.
I move we approve Fund 1152.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve Fund 1152. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you very much for waiting all this time.
Welcome to Hancock County.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next up is IT Department, Bernie Harris.
Before Bernie starts, he's got a low bar to get over. Found out our state agency, our IT costs are going up about 18% next year. So you just got to get under 18%, Bernie.
Oh, wow. That's not gonna happen.
You have, it says here your cell phones, you have phones for new staff and on-call, so it's going from 3,000 to 4,200. Okay.
Reason that, what's happening is we're changing our cell phone communications plan where we can actually put our cell phones. We're going to have to get a couple of phones to test to make sure. Plus we have.
I move we approve the IT Department budget as written.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve County General Fund 1001 for IT Department as presented. Any discussion?
Is all your stuff in CCD?
Most of it.
Yeah. And you got the 3% thing correct, I know.
I understand that.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not going to be here next year. Let you know that now. I'm going to retire at the end of the year.
Oh.
Bernie, you were supposed to wait till I leave.
No, he promised he'd wait till I left.
Just wait till Barry leaves, that's what he did.
No, we were a package deal.
But actually, I wouldn't take that out because the next person you hire is going to be a lot more than what I'm making, so.
Yeah. For sure.
And what he's not asked yet, he's gonna be leaving at the end of the year, plus Dusty will be leaving
Right.
at the end of the year. Can we get some money to overlap there? That way they can get them acclimated or something?
All right, I have a motion and a second on the table, and then I'll discuss that. Any other discussion with the motion second on the table? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, Mr. McDaniel.
We'd like to get some money, extra money to,
That'll be part of the
Some overlap.
2026 budget, though, so they can hire them later in the year to get them trained
Yes,
before Dusty
yes.
leaves. Can you just put that on one of our agendas
I can
for
do that.
2026, and then we can...
August,
and
first
then-
August meeting?
And then come up with a number.
okay.
Yeah.
It'll be good.
All right. All right, Planning Department, 1145, Kayla Brooks.
Thanks, Bernie.
We might want to hit his CCD.
Yeah.
He is CCD.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on,
Sorry,
hold
Caleb.
on. We're going to reverse. Bernie, get back up here.
You almost got away.
All right, Mr. Shelby has some questions for you on CCD.
Is there anything in your CCD request for 27 that maybe is going in the 26 GO bond?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we need to upgrade our storage.
What
and we
would
need
that
to-
be?
Gary, do you have that? Okay.
Yeah, we're supposed to be cutting $1 million out of CCD, and so far we've got zero.
Well, we're going to start cutting.
Yeah,
No,
but
we cut one thing out. We cut that,
The bond should cover.
$100,000.
we cut part of the coroner
sheriff's
equipment out.
Oh, the corner went down.
Coroner.
What do you know?
So was there an overlap in our things between the CCD budget and the bond? Because what's coming out of the bond,
Oh, that's not in here. It's not in here. All the stuff he's got here, we got $1,209,300 in that one, and that was only a raise of 3.51%. But we've got a whole other system coming out of that bond. He's got 700,
Gary, it's okay. So it's not duplicated?
no,
in the
there's
GO
nothing
bond in
duplicated here.
That's
This
my
is a
only
whole
question.
different system.
I just wanted to make
It's
sure.
programs, it's security, all that kind of stuff
Okay.
is what the bond's paying.
That's my only question.
All right,
no free money there, Gary.
no free money.
All right, back to Planning Department, or to Planning Department.
Hello.
Hello.
According to the agenda this morning.
The attorney legal services, you still need 85, even though you can go to RDC.
At least.
Okay.
I
Because that
move
would be
we-
stuff outside the TIF district. That's
I
'cause-
move we approve the planning commission agenda as presented.
Jim,
Yeah, we got,
with the point that we may revert it to
Okay.
the new fund.
When we
So
know.
what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna budget in the general fund, and we're gonna budget in the new fund for 2027. And then we'll de-appropriate. And we've worked that out with the auditor's office.
Okay.
We just need the number
So
that you're approving, and we'll, just like we did the other one.
just like the building department, yeah.
Building,
So-
yeah.
subject to it
is it
being-
the entire budget? The entire planning budget could
We
possibly,
believe so at this point.
okay.
Yep.
I just want to write that down.
I'll second Jim's motion to approve the budget as presented with the intent that it will revert to the new fund, if allowable.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to, hold on, motion and a second to approve the general fund for planning department with the ability to revert at some time in the future. Any discussion?
So your question was, if
Could
it's,
RDC
if it's
take some of the
TIF
attorney?
related, because in the past, that's been a big portion. And if new things come on, it will be another big portion. If it's TIF related, then the commissioners understand that the contractual services for TIF related stuff should be negotiated from the commissioners into the original deal, but if it's not, then it should come through RDC. That way it doesn't negatively affect the planning, because in the past it has, and it shouldn't.
We've saved this much.
Or at least we should all know if we're going to spend money that doesn't come to fruition on projects.
If you take these two out, always say.
Okay.
So I don't know.
It is a little more complex than what.
And is your contractual stuff in
Just
here,
look at it.
stuff we've been
Yeah, I'll
discussing
finish it out
like
at the
last
end of
month?
the day, but-
No, part of it is, I've got, I think, 12,000 budgeted for next year. However, there was some discussion about part of that also being taken out of the RDC
Okay.
that were TIF related.
So you may have to come back to us and amend the 2027 budget because of contractual stuff they're going to do. Okay. All right, I have any other discussion?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Kayla, you probably know, if not Greg will, for sure. So, since we're getting a new fund for that, what is going to finance that fund? Where is the
Fees.
money coming from?
It'll be fees.
So we're raising our fees enough so it can finance the fund?
Well, I'm going to turn that over to Greg.
Because I can't imagine we're going to have enough money.
So we're gonna pull the fees out of the general fund. I calculated on a preliminary basis in your sustainability, we need a 34% increase in fees. She recently increased the fees.
Yeah, I knew she did that.
We now have one more
Those
after
are
July
fees that
1st.
feed the general
We
fund.
have one chance for the next 5 years. So what we talked about was putting together a 5-year sustainability plan or just building and planning. To justify the fee increase, once we
cigar.
get guidance from the State Board of Accounts.
Okay.
So stay tuned. And so what we're gonna do to cover our budget is we're gonna set up a new home rule fund in 9501 or something like that in the 27 budget, and we're gonna keep it in the general fund, and then we're gonna slash one of them between now and year end.
Okay, I hadn't heard about all of that, so I was quite curious how we were going to fund it.
Carefully.
Well, the cash flow pretty much stays the same because fees, other than raising the fees already go to general. But it'll be easier to keep track of how much fees take care of a department's needs their own.
Right, and we even talked about anything in CCD for planning and building would also go to the new, and there's your vehicle in there too.
Oh, we're expecting a lot of fees.
Is there any other questions? Okay, all those in favor of improving Fund 1001 as presented, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Kayla.
Thanks.
All right, we have 15 minutes till our lunch is over. How do you guys want to handle that?
There's the lunch
Call for
choices
a
if we
lunch
still
break.
wanted to do it.
Yeah, but how long do you want the lunch break to be? That's my question.
About
There's the
15
menu
minutes.
from the sandwich
15
place
minutes?
Next door and whatever.
Okay.
Well, the lunch won't be here in 15 minutes. Are we gonna eat while people talk?
Let's just eat as we
Okay.
go through.
There's the,
Have you already ordered?
Ken's gotta add, there's the menu
I wanna-
right here.
Motion that we,
Motion to adjourn for lunch?
no,
Oh, no.
no. I want a motion to pay for lunch from the council expense account.
I think that if
Yeah,
we're gonna
we could-
work and eat, that's
yeah.
a great idea.
Yeah,
We have
we can do that.
appropriation council use.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah, is it, if
And we
you
already
have
use
to
it.
stay and you have to work while you eat, I think
allowed.
that you are allowed to.
If it's a
Not
continual day,
leave,
yes.
then money, then
That's-
lunch can be
yeah.
provided.
Well, somebody needs to handle that then, or the order.
You can't work and have lunch and then leave.
Walk it down
Yeah.
or
You have to stay.
call it in.